to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you.
era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
hours of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen, blood-washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to the final day of the spring regular season for the LPL Spring Split. My goodness, I couldn't be more excited to be here. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Nymera, and what a day to finish off what has been, I feel like, a roller coaster of a season so far. And Nymera, we're going to take a look at that roller coaster a little bit from yesterday.
Yeah, because we had some games of all time. First off, Weibo have now put together their longest winning streak of individual games that I can remember in this split. You know, they are the consistently inconsistent team, coming out with a 2-0, though, importantly, to get themselves up to kind of the top end of that first round of playoffs in 7th place, and they push IG right down to the bottom part of that in 10th. And then obviously the match at the end of the day, Orange LGD, it didn't matter for standings, but oh my god, it was a barn burner. Lost my voice almost watching that one.
Oh, it was a fun ride, at least. And LGD, you know, hey, you finished strong at least. But we take a look at those standings. These are the teams that will be in our playoffs for the spring split.
They are, and you know, there are some notable missing teams from there. If you've not caught up with all the drama from LPL in the regular split, if you look down at the second half of this, you'll notice that EDG and RNG are not in playoffs. The last time that happened was in summer 2020, and that was, I believe, the only time where either of these teams have missed playoffs before. It has been an awful long time since then, and there are a lot of teams which fought very hard, and sadly, we will not be seeing them until summer now.
Yeah, a lot of big names, a lot of wishful thinking, but a lot of thinking going to be delayed until summer. Now we take a look at the final day, the schedule ahead of us. It is insane, and of course the LPL way that the final day has some serious standings implications.
LNG, you know, they're fighting for ability to skip the first round of playoffs. NIP, they're fighting for a opportunity to skip the second round of playoffs. And Top Esports are fighting for a round to skip the third round of playoffs and get into Guardian elimination, top 2, and get themselves really deeply into LPL playoffs. So, 3 teams here with an awful lot of ability to shake things up right towards the final day, towards the very final game potentially as well. LNG only needs to win a single game. NIP and Top Esports, they need to win the entire series, so we'll be tracking all of these games very, very carefully.
It's a little bit of different stakes, I feel like, going into both series itself. But looking at this first series, RA have a serious chance to be the underdog kings here. Maybe knock down LNG a peg and force them to go into that first round.
The thing about Rare Assen is, I'm not going to say they mirror the same kind of story of LNG, where they were a team that struggled to be proactive or struggled to be precise, but they are a team which have kind of shaken off some of the shackles of the early split and started to make some better plays. They took a game off of Fun Plus Phoenix with some really exceptional team fighting in that series. They then have gone on to lose a lot more series since then as well, so it's not all been, you know, a brilliant end to the split for them, but they have one last shot to take some names and take down LNG, who themselves have done a really good job of trying to become more proactive and a better version of themselves.
The ideal finish to a split, I feel like LG have really turned it up since week number 5. We're going to take a look at this roster. A roster that should have been at the top rungs the entire split. Took a while to get there.
This is one of our Worlds representatives. In fact, if you asked the LPL casting team before Worlds last year, this was our dark horse for that tournament. That was the expectations we had on this team. And, you know, they came into 2024, they changed our jungle. Tarzan went, Weiwei came back in. Mark was, of course, in, and then Hung was out. They messed around with that support role a little bit, and we had Hung starting for most of this split as well. They have now, with a coaching change as well, with Crescent stepping down and you stepping up, managed to find a better strategic approach to the game.
Yeah, a little bit of different, but I will say they are the epitome of the meme. They had us in the first half because I swear, man, this LNG team did not look like they were functioning whatsoever. And then after week 5, the jet engines engaged and they just start making the run.
However, I will say one very important thing in here is that they did beat Weibo, even if it was a 2-1 in the very first half of the split and in the first couple of series, which means that they now are afforded that kind of extra kind of degree of error to say, look, a game, we just have to win one game, we own the head-to-head over them, and it would actually get them through into second round of playoffs if they just take a single game today because of that. So, yes, the second half of the split, it really did recover things. They did a little bit of groundwork in the first half, and it really cannot understate how much this team has grown into a better version of itself. They're more proactive, they're much more deadly.
Yeah, some of that adversity definitely helping mold them into, I feel like, a better team. And that all automatically brings up the conversation of the carries for this LNG roster, and going from an entire year where Scout literally dominated our league to having some fluctuations with him in the new jungle combo. So I really want to put an introspection on Scout and especially see if he can really turn it up before playoffs.
That's a great point, actually, because when we compare LNG to, say, anyone's Legend, and you look at how, Shanks, as soon as Azir was out of the table with him being disabled on a 14.5, that team fell apart. They couldn't stretch deep enough into that time champion pool and really hard carry from that mid lane enough. Weirdly, Scout is maybe the best Azir player in the LPL. Fantastic player of the champion. He doesn't have that anymore. He goes, finally, I can play other stuff. Even though he'd have been focusing on so many majors, that's himself. He's censoring himself.
He is ready to take the rift, man. He is like zoned in. I love to see the players though represent a little bit before the series itself. Again, it's awesome to me that we actually have pretty big stakes implications going into the last day, because on paper, when we were seeing the schedule for the last half and especially the last couple days of the split, we're like, oh man, all the good games were at the very beginning of the split, but we actually have some incredible series ahead of us. And I think RA can play spoiler tonight in a big way, and this team, even though they haven't functioned a lot of the split, it's been interesting to see some of these pieces come into the LPL. Not only Nayo and Vikla, but also Xiaoshu's continued growth.
I think that, when we look towards the teams which are not making playoffs as often, and you look at the teams which have been struggling in the split, there are a couple of top laners on them which have really, really stood out. I mean, I think Shallow, who at points last year was pretty okay. I think of Cube, maybe another name in there, but the big name in there is Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu came in towards LGD, then switched over, of course, onto this current roster of Raratum as well, replacing Cube, one of those other top laners that I just mentioned there, and he has been a force of nature. This guy has been really taking apart top laners apart in 1v1s. He has been a really big force, to the point where when they faced up against Wayward in Team WE, we were talking about Wayward in the way that he was a gatekeeper top laner, and he would beat down all of the weaker top laners, but he could struggle against the elite ones. Xiaoshu dealt with him pretty handily, even though Raratum are a team that have struggled overall. He, as an individual top laner, has done very, very well, given his spot in the standings.
And man, when I came into this, I know I talked about it a little bit earlier, but I had such an excitement around Vikla coming into the LPL for his first split.
How you feeling now, buddy?
Not feeling too great, but there's been some performances where you're like, all right, I see. But again, it's about putting it all together, and I think it hasn't been the brightest split from Vikla, but we know from series past and from at least seasons past that it's a difficult transition to go to the LPL life, especially the transition from the LCS.
And particularly for him, he went from the LCK as well. I have to say, I had to overcome some emotional hurdles when it came to Vikla, because he ended up replacing one of my favorite players of all time in Arya on KT Rolster when he was in the LCK, and I sat there like, damn you! Replaced my favorite player. He deserved it back then. He was fantastic. But he's been on a lot of promising rosters, but never quite managed to capitalize. Sadly, kind of been the same here in spring. I think he has, as you said, though, had some great games. There were a couple of Ahri games. Of course, they stand out to me as the Ahri main on deck.
Of course.
But I was sat there going, this guy knows his angles. He's doing this well. We just need to see more of that. I think particularly we need to see more of that from both him and from Nayo as well, who I know is another player which I know you wanted to talk about as a rookie that came up, who's been a bit outshined given the level of the rookies in the LPL this year.
That's the biggest thing, right? It's like, you can't have a split like Milky Way is having, and this guy coming up through the top esports challenger, or at least LDL roster themselves, called TS Challenger. It was interesting to see him come through, because I think there wasn't as much spotlight because Milky Way was taking a lot of that, but we've seen slowly and steadily he gets a lot more comfort when he's on the Xin Zhao, when he's on things that can skirmish a little bit more heavily, and he's been leaning into that playstyle a little bit more, following maybe in the footsteps of Milky Way a little bit. But you're going up against a mighty roster that has been picking up steam, LNG on the other side, and you're going against a would-be super team here. It's going to be difficult, even with that final change-up of RA starting Xiaoxi tonight.
Yeah, Xiaoxi is starting. Hung is starting as well, so it won't be Mark as well. We haven't seen Mark start for a little while, actually, on the side of LNG. Yeah. So it has both been, I guess it's a little while since this has happened to LNG, but it's still kind of like the replacement supports coming in to change the roster up a little bit. Xiaoxi, of course, played an awful lot in the PCS, was on Flash Rolls back in the day, in the LMS, and then also was on the Flying Oysters, who of course currently one of the best teams in the PCS. We'll see if they can capitalize on their own playoffs, which are happening over there as well. They've been very, very interesting. We've seen, of course, some of our LPL players over there kind of take up teams in the PCS. Casa, obviously, over that team. But here for LNG, they have a bit more work to be done at hand here and now to make sure that they can skip this first round of playoffs against a team which has been flagging again in RA. This should be a very favoured LNG team. They only need to win a single game, or they would need to clean 2-0 sweep.
The scary chillin' right there. That is terrifying. I'm shaking in my boots. And as well, RA should too. You know, they're in the home arena of LNG and Suzhou. Should be a little bit of fun for LNG, a little bit of home crowd backing, but a lot of steam coming into a series that honestly feels like a must-win for them. RA have been struggling. They are sitting at 4-11. It is not the split of your dreams. And LNG, they could come in and skip that first round entirely. That would be gigantic.
Yeah, and I really think, you know, you look at, Gala on your screen there as well. He has started to set up the heat towards the back end of this split. Feels like the team's been more organized around him. And he's even able to play some of those Kai'Sa games, which we all know and love.
Oh, gosh, I can't wait.
Like,
Please.
honestly, Gala's Kai'Sa, you know, we've seen a couple of Kai'Sas prop up in the LPL again, because whenever the champion is even just remotely viable, LPL carries flock to that champion. There is no way we're letting that champion go. It has felt like, Gala's had a couple of those really strong ones. Assume actually had a really good game on that too against, that would have been against Team WE, thinking about it, where he ended up pulling out the Kai'Sa into the Smolder as a counter. Feels like that champion could be quite high pro here. I also think that Ahri between Scout and Vikla, that's another champion I look as first pick priority in terms of the success between these two mid laners on the champion, and it's inherently quite blind pickable. As soon as you get away with stuff like the Karma, the Nico, sometimes the Annie as well, which can kind of keep her down in lane, really feels that this champion is uncontested in what it can do in the early game.
I think a interesting point in the first phase, we'll see if Nio gets a little bit of comfort or if they actually try to target ban him a little bit, because that has been a center focus, at least for RA, to get off the ground running. And I do expect a little bit of focus that way here, especially from Weiwei, especially from a team that saw such high highs last year.
Yeah.
And now struggling to even find that first round bye.
You know, I've got very fond memories of course, it was the first time that we met in person as well, Marcel. Of course, we flew out to Xi'an, which is a little far from this home stadium here from LNG, and we saw, LNG take JDG to 5 games in Xi'an in those grand finals. They almost reached that Silver Dragon Cup themselves. Now, of course, they'll be in playoffs. They potentially have a chance to do it. It'll be an uphill battle. They have been growing. They will need to grow an awful lot more. But, LNG, they have had these huge expectations of them. They were a team that's, before last year, LNG were one of those teams which promised an awful lot and didn't really deliver much on it. They hadn't reached, top 4. They reached top 4 once. They got them to the World Championship in 2020. But besides that, they'd had some great players, and they have a great early start to a season, and then they'd fall off. And this would continue to happen time and time again. Came through the last year. Went through into summer, and LNG finally kicked on the afterburners. It really felt like they found a way to play the game out in their style. It was a little slower and a little more controlled than the rest of the teams, but it really felt so dominant when they got ahead in the game. It's taken them a while to get back to that kind of style. Again, in this split, it feels like particularly when you've got mid, jungle, and support all working together, it has started to tick over again, and we're just waiting to see how far it can go.
Well, we're getting into game 1, kicking off the last day of the regular season here in spring. We have RA on the blue side, LNG on that red side. We'll see the Talia, the Lucian banned by RA, the Draven, Kalista banned by LNG. And imagine a team that was already reaching super high highs last year go and grab the world finalist jungler, or at least semi-finalist jungler, and Weiwei. And now Nio, in his final game of his first split in the LPL, has to go up against them. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's sometimes people really rise to that occasion. So it's not going to be any of the bot lane the bot lane kill pressure. 80 carries locked in. A lot of them are banned away. Tristana locked in. That is a flex pick between Vikla and assume. Vikla had a great game against FPX on this champion, and he ended up taking a win away there. Tristana, very good at level 1, level 2, kind of keeping down some of these champions. Wouldn't surprise me if Scout goes towards something like a Karma or a Nico. Both of them are pretty okay into this champion. I think Ari is also fine too. There are a lot of different answers you can go here, which will probably still lose the early push, but can potentially make a play towards the level 6 mark onto the Tristana.
I like the Jinx lock in here. You get a little bit of that pushing priority there. But the Renekton, we've seen just shoot through the roof across the world. It is ridiculous how blindable this thing is. And we've just been seeing it run rampant. Now, I do expect a little bit of fluctuation. Okay, we get the Brand.
Okay, so Brand, then coming back a little bit as well, it really punishes low-range frontline champions like the Renekton. You jump into a fight, then you get burned to a crisp. World Crocodile served up very nicely that. And particularly with the Buster Shot being able to disengage, means that Brand can play a bit more safely too. Now the thing is, it's quite hard to reach the Jinx with this champion. You kind of have to wait for the Pyroclasm to maybe tap onto the backline unless you can get a good flash angle through. Scout does go towards the Ahri. Very strong early lanes now for LNG in the top side in terms of playmaking. You do kind of expect if the Tristana does go into the mid lane, which you kind of expect now. It's not a bad matchup into Ahri. That you're going to get priority push and potentially even kill pressure early into the game. And it's going to be on Zucker, Weiwei, and Scout to make plays to start kind of shaking off that pressure. Make a big play, get a kill, get a flash, and try and then make sure that Vikla has to play more respectfully in the early game.
In the second phase, we see LNG focus down that Kai'Sa, so trying to take away the little bit of that poke going into a full damage composition.
True.
That Vi lock away, though, is big because you want to try to have pieces that can lock down some of these carry members from LNG.
So what else are you going to combo up with in jungle? I think that, you know, with the Brand locked in, you can't go for something like a Xin Sao that is normally really good versus something like a Jinx because you can just press your ultimate and Jinx doesn't do damage to you anymore. You're very good at denying long-range carries. What else are you going to look in terms of, like, frontline? I wonder if something like a K'Sante could be valuable.
I want to move away from the K'Sante. I'm a
me
little
too.
offended you said that. Anyways, Rumble is the lock away, so is the Volibear, something else we've been seeing rise in priority here.
Yeah, I'm just worried about what happens if you have, you know, double reset comp of this Jinx Ahri just kind of really starting to pop off. You've already got, you know, potential of heavy engage. Hunk could go back towards the Rakan, which he's very, very comfortable on. Rare Atom, you have a mobile jungler in this Brand for Nio. You need to be very, very careful that if you're going into a fist fight, you can either disengage or have a front line strong enough that you can survive that initial kill. That's why it is going to be that K'Sante. Now, I hate the fact that no one has good blind pickable Renekton counter, or like blind pick Renekton counters. We saw a Quinn the other day from ZDZ on Weibo. Even then, the laning phase didn't go great for him in that case. He died a couple of times in the early game. But where are the secret weapons? Where is the hidden stuff? Renekton blind pick is an inherently counterable champion. I don't mind Renekton being strong. He's pretty good in Bruiser versus Bruiser. Very good in that. But you have to be able to do that. Look, okay, we'll talk about that later. Weiwei picks up the Bel'Veth, which we haven't seen in a long time. Comes out for the final series of the split.
Oh, I'm so excited that this is how we're kicking off the final day. I'm a Bel'Veth stan, but also it just completely molds the way you play the game and the way you have to respond to how this is. But I think one of the biggest things, if you can't execute on it, it really goes out the wayside. And Brand is a powerful force. But I think the dueling fates of these two junglers, the different ways that a Brand jungles versus a Bel'Veth is going to be very, very interesting.
And that's why you have to look at these early push in early lanes as well. We said that Tristana can push in the Ahri. That's pretty much going to be true. Jinx, though, with the rockets early, does control a lot of bot lane laning phases. So you're expecting maybe the Jinx to get wave control down there. And Renekton top side, very, very dominant in the first few levels as it stands right now. So we're going to have this weird kind of dynamic where actually both junglers have a pushing lane, with mid lane being very important to respond to both sides of the map. And then the side lanes going towards LNG. That both junglers will have some support when it comes to some of their jungle path and getting into or defending their own jungle camps. Watch out for those first Raptor camps, look in for those first invades. There's a Nautilus on one side for a strong level 1 as well. Really need to see how Weiwei gets on the board with this Bel'Veth. You need to be taking camps from the enemy jungle more often than not.
And again, as we get into it, LNG, they need to win a single game. And guess what? They're coming out swinging in game number 1 to make sure they can scoop that one up. They want that 6th place. And as we head to the arena and as we head to Summoner's Rift for the final day of the Spring Split, let's hear those Gios roar. Shujo, one more time for LNG and RA.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
You know, maybe they maybe
I don't think
they're
we're getting
asleep.
them,
Maybe
Mazel.
they're asleep.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. It's a little late. It's okay. Everybody's really focused on the game. That's what it
That's
is.
the one. It's tense. That's the one. You know, the more I think about what LNG are doing with this comp as well, like, just
Wait,
think
look
of
at
the
that
reset
Teemo.
potential. Assume, well, the thing about Zeri is that you can't start with your E, you have to start with your Q, which means you can't dash over that wall, which means that's going to be half the HP down. I don't think he's going to be missing out on CS from the early lane, unless Hung can stop another recall. But LNG, you know, we talked about the Jinx Ahri. You can see the Jinx on the screen as well. We talked about that being the double reset combination. Weiwei on the Bel'Veth technically has a reset in there too. You get the first kill, and you get the Coral, and that gives you your ability to kind of like dash forward, you get a little bit of regen, some damage that pops around you, then of course your evolved true form as well. So Weiwei, watch out for how much he can benefit from the first kill of the fight. He's going to start in his own Raptors, clearing very, very quickly. Need to see what's going to happen with these early jungle invades. Good early wards actually from Rare Atom onto both sides of the Raptor entrance into jungle from those blue wards.
Yeah, honestly, I think Jungle Vision is going to be the biggest name of the game. It's going to be like a little mini chess game being played here with the way that these jungles play out. But that's where I want to focus on a little bit of the strengths from LNG early. You talked about it in the draft a little bit, but the at least lane priority definitely going to be there, I feel like, across the board.
Yeah, the one real question mark is, of course, that Tristana in the mid lane. He's already just put the explosive shot on the wave, and then I'm just going to, like, flies away with it. The big thing you need to watch out in this matchup is the priority can go away from the Tristana if you get a really good charm cancel on the rocket jump and into a big trade. So the Tristana no longer has the HP to kind of maintain that again. I think he was trying to mind game a hook coming out of Shicey there, and that's why
I like
it looks a bit awkward.
Gotta
Look,
get in their mind.
If he throws up the hook and then you end up getting a knock-up out of it, looks sick, looks fantastic. Mahung, much like his name saying, left hanging.
Ah, I see what you did there.
It was clever there, thank you. I needed that.
That's, yeah, clever. Anyway, so we're looking at the relay race going down here to the bot side because both junglers are literally just seeing who can get there fastest. We'll see what that priority belies for Gala and Hung. But on the top side, we actually see the trades going the way of Zika there. I wonder what they can utilize this Renekton for, because we've seen it have such strength in the lane and out.
Well, I mean, in regards to how it works with the composition, you get your rage bar above 50, you get the empowered ability, and you press your W key on someone in front of you, and then they evaporate.
Pretty astute.
I know.
They
I
evaporate, do
I
they?
know. Yeah, they actually just turn into steam.
Chemical reaction done by alchemical
Well,
Renekton.
we'll see what the chemistry between these mid jungles looks like, as they are both around the Scuttled Crabs, and it looks like Nio is going to be sent packing on that one. No Scuttled Crab on the bot side. Now, this is kind of important, because this means that you've got more bot side presence from LNG. Even bot side for Rare Atom is where their Raptors are. And of course, Bel'Veth very, very good at shoving in towards those Raptor camps and then stealing them as well. Really need to see if Weiwei can get onto that second spawn of Raptors. Going to take them now. I wonder if they're going to go mid to mid. Nia's going to potentially contest here, though. He does have, again, the Tristana that can jump in.
Yeah, they have the movement potentially from Vikla there. He's just going to go for the trade early. Vikla fighting on the other side of the wave here. Nio maybe playing a little bit less confidently there. We do see him just trade down pretty heavily in there.
This is exactly what we were talking about. This is the different lane priorities. Xiaoshu trading well here. This is going to look very different as soon as the next empowered Q's up. Is he going to survive through to it? There it is!
The Q heal. Nice slice and dice. He's going to go for the W. Flashes. Oh, he gets it. One more Q with the knockback. Here's Nio, though. He wants to flash, get the kill here. He's going to not hit the W. The burn, the auto attack. It's enough for first blood for RA.
Oh, and Weiwei can't hit the knock-up either to potentially get himself into a position to get a turnaround. Very close run stuff from Zucker on the top side. We said Xiaoshu, one of our better performing top laners on struggling teams. He's kept up that reputation for himself as Zucker. We don't expect him on a Renekton, a champion he's so comfortable on. Last year he was blind picking this the entire damn year. Goes down in a very close trade, and it's Nio the one that ends up being the beneficiary of that one. Q3 hits the first time. We were saying, hey, it looks bad right now, but wait until the empowered Q. Then the grasp proc comes through, and the extra Q, and he's thinking, that's a bit rough. Zucker, great dodges away with the slice and dice. He does have the empowered W at the end of it, and the Conqueror is coming up. The Q3 here to get the mini stun, though, that's what ends up really solving it. Really good accuracy from Xiaoshu on the K'Sante.
And Zika just didn't have the Q back up, and unfortunately has to walk away and take the death. Really good timing from Nio to go from pressuring Weiwei 2 up to top side to pick up a kill. Not too shabby. Now, we do have both objectives up on the Rift, and you definitely don't want to be giving objectives over to Bel'Veth in any sort, especially later on. But you see LNG are just going to go ahead and start up the Dragon.
Second hit again, level 6 is hit, needs to be careful. Dominus for ult.
Zika is going to be in a little bit of a slice and dice situation here. He's getting low. Nayo's coming up to claim another kill. And you were talking about fried Crocs. Well, we're about to get a little bit more of that. And RA are eating good tonight. Another kill goes to Nayo.
Oh man, Nayo getting really fed off this top side, and that is a problem. What is Brand good at? Punishing low-range bruiser champions. You have a Bel'Veth, that's one low-range one. You've got the Renekton, already killed him twice as well. So good stuff from Nayo. Going to absolutely shred through these the Grubby Tubbies. It's been a while since we've seen them on the screen, but over here, Vickler going to help this one.
What are we learning today, Nightmare?
You know, I can't remember enough material from the original Teletubbies to tell you anything related
well, I
to
don't either. I just last time I said it was purple. We just learned about purple.
I do know a fair amount about what happens in League of Legends and top lane matchups, though. And this is basically just Xiaoxu just continually hitting skill shots and knowing that his jungle will be there first. The top jungle synergy between Nayo and Xiaoxu has been what has determined this early game. Nayo gets the tag with the Q here, the burning starts coming down. Zika realizes, yep, I'm literally just here to farm up as many minions as possible before I go down. Does get that one there, but still, big gold, which is going to lead to an early Liandry's from Nayo, is going to be very difficult for the top jungle of LNG to deal with if Nayo gets a good angle in these team fights. Well, LNG needs to be very respectful of Brand when it comes to playing around him.
And Nayo needs to maybe think about a career in ADC, because that's 2 auto attack kills on Brand. I'm just saying. There's a little bit of something to say there. No, but it's been a really good connection between 2 guys that I know coming into it, I was really excited to see a little bit more of a spotlight towards Xiaoxu and Nayo. I think Xiaoxu is starting to gain a little bit more of that experience, where Nayo coming in for his rookie split. This, I feel like, is a way forward for RA.
Absolutely. Xiaoxu, if you didn't watch his games last year, this guy was even great back then, coming into, you know, even at a point when he had less experience. The guy's really leveled up again this year, though, it feels like, in terms of individual level, keeping up that consistency, even on a team which has not been consistent. So now we're looking at LNG, who've eaten a couple of bad kills back-to-back, but they are getting good vision controllers around this bot side. Jinx is getting to the point where they can get to one item and start being a real threat as well. The Zeri, yes, can clean up fights really, really well if you manage to let them slip the net. I do feel like Gala has a really good draft to get things done, though. Ghost pops in top side, and this is just a pure 1v1. Ghost for Dominus, not the biggest trade ever.
You assume he does have level 6, and Nayo is here. Be a little bit careful with that health trade, though, as it was coming down. Xiaoxi is right around the corner, but Scout was on a roam as well. LNG playing pretty well around their bot lane push so far.
And this is something that the Jinx, you know, taught a lot of teams in spring of 22. Sounds like the spring of 22. It's not quite the summer of 69. I don't think it's quite up there with the greatest one.
Give it like 40 years.
Oh, this isn't great,
you
though.
know, maybe.
Oh god, that's a flash blown very easily there for Hung. But still, what we learned in 2022 early on is that Jinx can just control a lot of lanes early, regardless of the support matchup. Most of the time it's been supports that determine the early laning phase. Not for Jinx, gets that push in. LNG haven't really managed to get much out of it. They've managed to get that control, and they've managed to get some vision, but not much beyond that. Ults again in topside. No Dominus this time.
Yeah, I know, that's what I was going to say. He doesn't have Dominus. He's getting a little bit low, and there's a solo bolo for Xiaoxu, and a 3rd death for Zika.
Gets a bit of a helping hand for the first 2, but the 3rd one is all his own stunts. No stunt double this time. Does his own backflips over the wall and puts the Renekton into the death chamber for the 3rd time. So, the Xiaoxu on the K'Sante. Doesn't matter that the nerfs have come through. Really, really doing well in this matchup. And that means that LNG, when they are looking for the first pick later into the game, which sets up their reset combo of the Bel'Veth, the Ahri, and the Jinx, will have a harder time doing it if it is Xiaoxu who has stood between them and their target, or if that's the target themselves. This is actually strategically a really difficult situation now for LNG.
And it's not a typical situation for Renektons we've seen in the league. It was really good timing twice in a row from Nayo, when literally it's like on a knife's edge in that top lane matchup, and now it's completely blown open.
You can see he just ends up just getting over the wall. The map changes to have really benefited K'Sante on blue side K'Sante. If you want to take away a top laner from their tower, there is no longer that gap in the wall for one, junglers to get up to, but also top laners to get back to their own tower. Xiaoxu making the most of that one, and Zucker, again, on a very comfortable champion for him. not really having the easiest time. We have LNG moving towards the spot side again. There is an opening for Weiwei to steal away a couple of camps or look for a dive. Dive would be quite dangerous. I really feel like it's just better to start hoovering through these camps as this Bel'Veth. Might have lost the opportunity though.
I'm curious at the lack of priority around the Grubby Tubbies, but we'll see a dive anyways, so they'll just take down Xiaoxi under turret and make it out alive with a giant minion crash down there.
Xiaoxi not able to get himself out with a flash or use the CC to lock down for a kill, so it is a pretty good play there. Gala just gonna run down soon.
Gala just under turret outplays him. Oh my god, Gala!
He might have overstayed now though. Vikla, he has the jump, he has the flash. Gala, what does he do here? Does he execute what happens here? Xiaoxi should not take this. You should have given the kill over to Assume. I don't think that would have been execute. I think maybe he was worried that the timer would go through. If they could have gotten that kill gold over onto Assume, that would have been a big moment for them. And actually, I guess with the assist, no, in fairness, with the assist not going over to Assume, that is actually the correct play. I'll take that back. He at least gets some gold back. Unfortunate that Assume could not get anything set.
See RA taking advantage of a little bit of that lapse of pressure down bot side after they move Vikla down there to start up the Dragon. I was going to mention earlier kind of the lack of priority around the Telegrubbies for LNG because with Bel'Veth it's just a perfect synchronization. But it looks like they just want to try to contest this objective pickup here. Mega Death Rocket goes through, but the Dragon secured by RA. Here comes an engage onto Xiaoxi who's about to take another death. He's going to not go down after the flash of the burst.
Oh, the brand damage!
Through. The explosion there as well, and Assume picks up the kill, his first of the game. As a charm comes through, maybe baiting Scout in.
God damn, even though you feel like Xiaoxi should have just been exploded on the spot there, the reset combo can't get started. The Weiwei can't pick up that coral either under the bot turret or get something dagged. Uses the ult to go forward. Has he got a full kill? No, misses out on the shot. Close run stuff.
That was very close. Scout trying to assert dominance a little bit in the mid lane, but things have been leaning the way of RA so far.
Yeah, they really have, and you can really see that this brand, that gonna keep saying this because it's really relevant, Punish's low-range champions just punished the low-range champions which ran into Hell's Mouth itself and got burned down. First item, Liandry's, built up early into the game and finally used here. Very, very powerful, so LNG, they're gonna have to keep putting that into their mind's eye and just saying, okay, if we walk into the brand, we're expecting a huge combo to come through and we need to be able to deal with that. Gala's ult ends up taking away some health, but that's good. But they go on to Xiaoxi, and Nio just gets an ult across the whole team, gets the E spread as well to help that passive start to go through. Triple explosion over to 3 different members.
Yeah.
Big damage.
That was a really big engage. Xiaoxi giving his best Spider-Man impression there as LNG looked to take first turret on bot side. They did give a lot up for it, but they have like a 20+ CS lead for Gala, and now first turret for him. 575 smackaroos right there as Hung. Buddy, you're on the wrong side of town here. He's going to pop his escape plan, but he's going to explode as Nio gets the kill.
Yeah, that blast plan was not particularly helpful in that one. Hung goes down. Bit of an awkward moment, we shall say. But LNG, 5 plates towards their AD carry. Has a shift built up now as well. Took the first turret. So this Jinx is ready to start popping some heads a little later into the game. Hasn't really seen themselves much combat. And this is just Ricard just putting himself into it. This is completely Hug's fault, folks. Like, he just hits the Blasco. What more do you want us to say?
You know, never expecting your next move, and your opponent can not expect it either, I guess. I don't know, however that saying goes.
What was the I'm a cutie pie thing? It's like, if I don't know what the hell I'm doing, then there's no way in hell that the enemy knows either. Always
perfect application to the moment, I guess. Now, I do want to focus on the first item spikes coming across the board for everybody in the team. RA going to utilize that here onto Hung. A decent amount of burn damage onto him, but the Rift Herald is available now, and LNG are surrounding it.
Okay, so Scout has his ult back up. He, on the Ahri, has been really good in these team fights, comboing up and going in with the rest of his team. Hung on low enough HP means that Scout will have to take the leading charge in here. You can't really go through Xiaoshu, and that's why the charm onto Nio, that's important. More damage like that can set this brand up to be very, very vulnerable in these team fights.
Problem is, Gala doesn't have any mobility, and Xiaoshu being so big is so scary. You look at that damage comparatively,
Like
and you
this?
just can't do anything. Look at that! He's gonna all out him! Luckily, Hung is right there to try to save the day, as Zik is gonna pop dominance after the TP is in. Scout's still there to fight, but Xiaoshu's taking a 1v2, and he's a monster! He finally goes down. LNG strike on the other side too, but here comes Vikla to try to make a difference. The flash play flashed out of, and here comes Vikla! Big Vikla under turret! He's gonna rocket jump his way to safety. Unfortunately, Assume will go down to the death screen, and it is chaos, Nightmare.
Yeah, you might think that the rift is green because of the Chemtech. I think it might be turning red after that fight. 8 people die in the mid lane fracas. It's an even 4 for 4, I think. It was hard to track all of it, but LNG, they get ran down in terms of bot lane from Xiaoshu. This really, really deadly K'Sante, who gets right on top of Gala. You completely called it right. The Jinx doesn't have much mobility. Pops the Ghost, but as soon as you are hit by that first Iceborne Gauntlet proc, it is so hard to get away. Blows both summoners. And luckily, you know, there's enough damage under the turret for that to go eventually their way. On the other side, I mean, both top laners take a lot of damage from the turrets, but Vikla finally makes himself known.
This play right
jump in
here.
as well. If a Tristana can ever play for cleanup, then it's a big problem. Doesn't quite get the perfect amount, but still dangerous stuff.
If Scout hits that flash play, like, he went wide on that. If he hits that, that's a very different fight, but a little mechanical execution going a little bit wide and giving RA a big hand in it.
So there's an interesting thing coming through here. So Scout is built with the needlessly large rod and then the 2 amp tones. So this might go toward the Zhonya's, or something like, yeah, it would have to be the Zhonya's in terms of the defense items. There is an outside chance it does go towards a Shadow Flame though, just because this game has been largely about Scout trying to like clean up a lot of these plays too. He might just want to try and clean up some of the lower health members after Gala's done the initial damage to it. It's the only way it's very valuable. I don't think it's likely to be the case. I think Zhonya's is very, very good in this game. Just want to set up the logic there, just in case Scout throws us a bit of a curveball in the build. He's 2-0 and 1. He's got a lot of gold in pocket. Sadly, he's not building towards my favorite item in the game, Magi Soul Stealer. He hasn't got himself the Dark Seal.
Boo for
you. I like to think that the Dark Seal is like a little library card. It helps you get the book later. Either way, he's got himself a lot of gold in pocket all the same. Can he utilize it? Flashes away already. It's a good start for LNG.
Assume still has flash. He will not burn in the end. Death Charge come through. Mega Death Rod. Couple ultis from LNG, but they get a lot of utility out of that because they can also take the mid-outer turret. Now Gall is excited, and the engage is coming through from LNG, and it's about to get real exciting if you're a chillin' as they try to single down Xiaoshu, but he already gets the carry from Gala. They do end up taking him down, and Wei Wei will get his reset, so he becomes a big Bel'Veth, and LNG lose their carry.
LNG, they pounce as the tower falls. Again, this has been the difference between LNG in the first half of the split and the second half. They have been so much more coordinated at finding their power plays. Vikla might get caught out here as well. He's potentially walking into Hung. Here come
Bold,
the plays.
Vikla, bold. He does have his rocket jump. He's going to fight into Hung here. Rocket jump his way out.
Gets himself out safely. The knockup did miss from the Rakan, but LNG still much more proactive, much more front foot presence. They're the ones making the plays. They're not just responding to them or waiting to just scale up for something and just hoping that, oh, the Azir will carry us in late game. That hasn't been the case. Once again, Scout going forward aggressively, isn't punished for it either. I think it's quite telling that if you are flashing forward and dashing forward so regularly and you don't have any deaths, things are working out quite well for you in terms of the angles that you're choosing. Gets another key charm in that fight as well. You can see, though, that Gala is being kind of left out a little bit. As LNG, when they're going forwards, they're sometimes leaving Gala isolated at the back for Xiaoshu to clean him up. They need to keep some tabs on that. If the play on the aggressive part doesn't go well, you might have just lost your AD carry for free. Vikla and Nio, though, now on top side alongside Xiaoxi. Scout that dangerous Ahri right now. Potentially make another play.
Some of that burning bright early flame of RA led by Nio on the brand starting to flicker a little bit as the lead has gone to LNG. You do have second items for majority carries here. That will be a big spike, especially with that Rabadon second item for Scout.
Oh, it's a Rabadon straight up. Wow, okay. I saw the needlessly large Rob in the 2 amp tones, like, okay, what's he building? He just goes...
Flex your muscles, baby.
Just snaps two twigs together to make a hat. Rabadon's very, very strong early into the game. The problem is it's just affording this item rather than actually it being a good one. Typically, you do see the Ahri go towards something like the Horizon Focus. I prefer the Lich Bane build. We've seen that a couple of times. Care built it one time, but he's going to be hitting like a truck now if he hits his abilities. Right here, dashes through the fight as well, gets a charm onto Nio, so the brand doesn't get the big damage that they need. That was a big part of this fight. Problem is, as we said, while this happens, Xiaoxu does manage to get on top of Gala. He's consistently done that. Big praise over to him. Can't quite clean up the back end of the fight, but at least mission 1, get that Jinx off the table, was successful.
And honestly, if you could do that, you're the perfect secret agent for RA here. You just gotta get in, execute, and get out somehow. And I think for RA, you still look at this double marksman composition with a lot of strength, especially backed up by the area of effect that Brand has, not only in his abilities, but the way that Nio's been playing. And I do think they have a pretty good fight around any objective they want to take as long as they're able to focus.
They need to just buy a little bit of time for the damage to burn down the front line. The Zeri, the Brand, very good as the fights get a bit more extended. Even someone like the Tristana, who needs a couple of auto attacks to get the play started. Feels like on the other side, LNG, a couple of their abilities and someone's already kind of dead. You can see that despite the fact that RA had the early lead and they had, well, they still have the kill lead largely through the plays that happened in top side a little earlier. It's going to be quite hard for them to buy enough time that LNG don't just shoot down their carries before they can get big value. While all this is happening, turrets have gone down. All of the outer ring from Maria Asim has now been destroyed by LNG. That means that it's much easier to get into the enemy jungle, get vision, put that down, and then look for a charm over the wall, whether that's from the Rakan or from the Ahri in the same other way. See LNG make those big plays after taking the structures.
And I was saying I wanted to see a big step up from Scout. I want to see the playoff version. I want to see the back-to-back MVP seasons earning Scout come to fold. And, you know, 3-0 Ahri start with a second eye to Rabadons. Feels like we're approaching that form once again.
Oh yeah, and now he's got himself the Seekers as well, which means that obviously one of the big threats is there's a big shutdown on Scout. You get an easy kill onto him as he's playing aggressively. That's good gold, and you kind of shut down the Ahri snowball to a certain extent. With the Seekers, much harder to do that. It was much more prevalent when you could just build a stopwatch and sit on that when that was an item. With the Seekers, you have to invest a bit more gold, but still, in this one, more than fine at this point. Where's Scout right now? He has teleport. The fight's happening. Where are the teleports coming? Here it is.
There it is. He's right in the middle of the fight. If Hung can survive, that's really big. Assume's going to go over with the lightning crash. Gala's in a lot of trouble now. Vikla going over for him under tower here, and Gala's already gone, but you got to look at Scout. He's the damage dealer now. Xiaoxu's getting low. He's going to all out his way out of that one. Scout gets locked down. He's going to go golden with the Seekers, and now Weiwei's going to town with his resets, but it's not enough. It's the double marksman composition coming alive for RA, and they're going to smack down LNG.
The first pick comes from Rare Atom, not from LNG, and the cleanup comes soon after. Dragon and Soul Point will go to the side of Rare Atom. Mid lane Outer Tower will go to the side of Rare Atom. And reminder, folks, Rare Atom have already taken a couple of games off of some pretty big teams recently, particularly that game they won versus Fun Plus Phoenix, one of the top teams in our league right now, was through team fighting performances like this, with Vikla on the Tristana cleaning up house after a strong early entry. The Rakan's not tanky. He burns down very, very quickly, and Xiaoxu after that point gets to run and be between his carries in the enemy team. If you are hitting the K'Sante, you are not going to be winning the fight. Xiaoxu uses most of his HP bar, takes Zucker out of the play as well, and even with the double passive heal from Scout, he doesn't manage to get out alive. Big, big damage from Asum and Vikla to clean up the fight.
The scariest beast is one that is backed down into a corner with nothing else to fight for. And here is RA putting the fight to LNG. A potential underdog story to be a spoiler to LNG and force them to go into that first round of the playoffs. That first round bye is so big, as we've seen in histories past of our seasons.
Really want to shout out as well a player we've not talked about as much, Xiaoxu. Critical hook in that last play. He's always been a bit of a hook champion connoisseur, regardless of which team he's been on. Caught Scout, even though he had the stopwatch up, he just didn't expect that one to hit. Just to thread the needle all the same. What can he do on this North League? He might now just be caught out. Shame on him.
Or are they the ones caught out? No, I think it's him. I think it's definitely him. I think you cast or cursed him. But here comes Vikla to maybe get a little redemption arc for you. Xiaoxu's coming in with the pincer maneuver on the other side as well. Charm does connect. He won't be able to follow it up any further.
As the ult forced out from Scout. sees that Xiaoshu has a really good Q3 angle onto him, just chooses to use that one and get away. Now can use the rest of the charge to hopefully clear out some extra vision and go on his merry way. Really need now to see how quickly Scout can get towards that third iron with the full Zhonya's, because he doesn't have that stopwatch Actus anymore. And one of the big things about Zhonya's is that it's much more expensive than it was in previous seasons. You know, it's 1250 for the needlessly large rod, and then of course the Seekers itself is similar kind of costs. It's just a lot of extra gold to get towards that very, very critical stasis passive in this kind of bursty teamfight game.
And we see RA restabilizing a little bit after that early lead slip up, because obviously the big CS differential in bot side has gone away, and we see a lot more confidence being played in an RA comp that is starting to come online here.
Okay, so LNG, they do have themselves some big items. You can see that RA, though, they are pushing over into the enemy side of the map for one of the first times in this game. Vikla, how ballsy are you feeling? Charm lands.
Looks like he's going to be feeling pretty confident there as the explosive charge is going to go off. Scout does still have his Spirit Rush available. RA were collapsing over here. Assumes on 3 items, so he's really big right now. And LNG fear themselves under the fight of the turret, cannot take it, and RA take an outer here.
They're starting to get themselves back map control. We had a chat about how LNG, they got the 3 outer turrets first, and that gave them map control. RA, they slap back with that one fight, and they start off the Baron.
The health bars just really aren't there, and it's not the Baron that RA won, it's the fight they want. Xiaoshu's gonna go straight in onto Ugala. He's fighting him too, slice and dice his way. No, he does in the end, the triple knockback as well, and literally everyone but Scout is gone from LNG, and that's a big purple worm awaiting its master.
RayAtom just won that fight with Assume just killing the jungler. They didn't even need their bot lane AD carry to clean up the rest of the fight, because they had another AD carry in Vikla doing the damage. RayAtom, they're starting off today strong, but a fantastic performance against LNG. Reminder, LNG, they only need to win a single game today to secure themselves that second round of playoffs. They can skip the first one. Team fights like this, though, are not helping them at all. They're allowing RA to go at them front to back with Xiaoshu leading the charge and being able to tank huge amounts of damage. LNG need to be so careful about how they approach these fights. And with the Baron buff now to RA, it's going to be a lot of gold in pocket for them. And I don't know if LNG can choose their battles anymore.
I just can't believe Xiaoshu survived there. Like, that's absolutely ridiculous. This guy's having a tear of an opening game in the series. And now with a monumental lead for RA, they can push their advantage with the double marksman comp that has consistently been strong. Any AoE fights, any big 5-on-5s, they will have the advantage now.
If LNG can get themselves a good first kill to allow Jinx resets, maybe that can work out for them. Xiaoshu now caught out.
5v1. Xiaoshu, can he outplay them all? This is the entire fight of LNG being put his way, and he does end up going down, giving a reset to Weiwei, and getting Gala a little bit excited.
Xiaoshu.
Scout goes golden, though, fearing the engage from RA.
Okay, so what's going to happen here? This will be soul for RayAtom, but they don't have their front line. 35 seconds till Xiaoshu's back up.
The 5v4, Weiwei's feeling a little bit spooky. Hung goes in, just completely obliterated off the bat. As now that AoE started to come into effect here, and Vikla wants to step forward. He flashes away. Double marksmen are going to cut down Zika, and Assume has assumed the position of carry mantra as he's going to get flashed on by Gala. He goes down. Gala's really excited, but Vikla's about to go in. No, Nayo, you've got to do it. Oh, it's going to be a full-on trade. 5 for 5. Everyone's down.
No one lives to tell the tale. It's only you and me, Mazel, and you out there in chat. No one else is alive on the Rift. It is a very quiet day as only the minions walk towards enemy turrets and wait for the champions to come back alive. Dragon, of course, is not going to be taken because there's no one around to kill it. And we're waiting to see what can happen with the rest of this objective now, as we have to see who gets their resets quicker.
Dude, Gala just got so much. He just went to the bank, said, withdraw it all and give it to me.
And he's going to get himself like full build off of this pretty much. Huge flash away from Vikla. And the Buster Shot as well gets huge damage onto Scout at the back end of it. You can see how powerful Assume and Vikla are in terms of these highly mobile fights. But giving a reset to Gala gives him some mobility and the attack speed as well. You have to jump in there. You can't not jump in because he'll chase you down otherwise. Gala does go down, luckily, at the end for Rare Atom. And now we're back on the board again. This time, though, much less summoners to play around. No flash for Gala, importantly. No flash for Assume and Vikla either.
They're going to go straight in. Charm connects on Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi's already going down. They need the resets. Gala's excited now. Wait, can't hit it. He goes down. Now 2 members are gone. And Vikla wants to step forward, but maybe he stepped too far. Gala is getting real excited. He's got shots on Assume. It's going to be Gala all day long. As 2 kills go over to him, it's still Nio and Xiaoshu up. They will focus the dragon, and a soul goes over to RA.
Oh, Gala really wants to make another music video for this champion. Get Jinx! Quadra kill, double kill, late game Jinx on the board. It will be Chemtech Soul over to the side of Rare Atom. It's going to help them a little bit, given how low these HP bars are staying in a lot of these team fights. That happens again with this Soul. Maybe the damage and the damage reduction can help them. Right here, though, again, really want to praise Xiaoshu for making sure that the entrance into the fight from LNG is not easy at all. It is all on Gala, finding a pocket to do damage. In the last couple, he's managed to do that. He can do that once more, maybe now. Again, with so much gold on the table, he can clean up a fight cleanly for RA. As it stands, though, it feels like RA are winning the battle of front lines in the first pick in the fight.
Xiaoshu more like Gachu. He's turning it on here in this first game, and he's doing the heavy lifting. We are very close to Gala getting full items. He has a BF sword in tow. I'm sure very close to that full build here. Assume didn't close himself, but that's where we have to come to the brass tacks. Again, if RA find a big AoE fight like they have been, they win those. But you gotta find the resets for LNG.
They gotta do it cleanly. Scout, Wei Wei, Hung, Zucker, one of them is dying on the intro pretty much every time. It's like, I've been watching some of the Valorant with the recent events recently. It's like when you're just kind of looking for that blind peak and you're just like, you're hoping you win that duel, but it's very likely that someone goes down. And then you're waiting for someone else to kind of use the information and use the value you brought with that first kind of look in to clean up the rest of the fight. It hasn't been nearly so easy so far, though. Rare Atom positioning towards the top side, Baron spawning in a minute. They have good vision control. And this Rakan is not very survivable right now. Hung needs to be so careful. He has been punished a lot this game.
He really has. I think both supports have been kind of throwing their body or putting their bodies on the line here so far in this first game. But that Kempunk Soul is going to be very difficult to navigate, I feel like, here for the compositional strength that RA have. And they'll actually try to push down a tier 2 here because Vikla is that base breaking Tristana, and they can try to take down those objectives very quickly. But right now on the map, you know, RA are just kind of hunting with the group.
They are, and I think they can play around that because if you have Nautilus or Cassante with one of the damage carries, LNG are very, very scared because you can't burn through the Nautilus or the Cassante quite quick enough for you to not also be able to survive that play. So we've split sides of the map. LNG, they push up mid lane, which will give them an easier entrance into River, but they're still doing it blind. Once again, see,
they burn it so
fast. It's going so fast.
This is what happens with the double marksman here. Scout's just going to go straight in as he's going to be burned down to a crisp with the explosive. Now it's Nio that already claims the bear. Things are falling apart for LNG here. Hung's going to try to get a re-engage in, but the rest of RA are streaming. More flashes are coming out, and deaths are coming through. LNG, they are gone off the face of this Summoner's Rift.
Oh, Rare Atom, they burn bright like magnesium. And this Atom has well and truly burnt LNG to a crisp. LNG only need to win a single game today, but they're not going to be finding it in game 1. Scout missed his flash charm. Gala could not position for the fight this time, and the multiple carries of Rare Atom storm towards the base.
They are on the cusp, and they are gonna do it. That's a golden Scout that's about to just be a golden statue now. As he goes down, RA strike first and strike hard in our first game of the final day of the regular season.
Where has this Rare Atom been the entire split? We've seen it in bursts. They burn brightly, but for so small amount of times it's felt like. But still, first game for them. Confident showing, and I really feel like they understood how to structure their team fights in terms of their positioning better. It's a skill set which you don't always talk about in League of Legends, but it's just in terms of like, what does the shape of a team fight look like? Where do people need to be in relation to everyone else? And I feel like Xiaoshu in particular really understood that. He always stood between his carries and the damage in the important moments, and it felt like LNG, they couldn't find a solution to that.
And apparently, Xiaoshu just has Zika's number in the top side of the Renekton Cassante matchup. We're going to step away for a little break. We'll be back for game number 2.
has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Spring Split. It's the final day of regular season. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Nightmare. And what a game one. Not the way you would expect this to go, as RA come out with a 1-0 lead to this best of 3.
Oh, the Rare Adams team fighting, particularly with this Tristana in the mid lane, has been really, really impressive. I also really want to give a shout out to Xiaoshu. He picks up the MVP against Zucker, who is a top laner who, even in LNG's darker moments in this split, has been really strong for LNG, given their situation. Xiaoshu dealt with him handily. Yes, a couple of ganks in the early game, set him up for success, but you can't, overlook the fact that he ran away with this game once he had the lead. He was an impassable frontline.
And willing to maybe take the mantle as one of the more veteran members on the team, not speaking a lot of veterancy across it.
Wait, why are we showing a clip of him dying first off? Come on, he's the player of the game!
This is the highlights of the game, Nightmare, not just Xiaoshu. But it actually was a very, very well-fought game by RA.
Yeah, I really feel like Vikla team fought well onto Tristana too. Again, playing with his life on the line, but largely coming out the battle for it. Buying a lot of space for Assume to also get a lot of damage too. And what we kind of talked about in regards to this game was largely about the shape of the team fights and how RA managed that. But they typically managed to put their carries behind Xiaoshu and then allow Vikla to get isolated 1v1s in the side, which kind of pulled apart LNG. See that LNG tried to make some big plays throughout this, but they were losing the first kill in the fight pretty much every time, and it allowed the carries of RA to get the resets and Tristana to keep jumping forward and backwards. It really was just some heroics from Gala on the late game jinx, which kept them in it longer. Of course, we had the hilarious moment where obviously all 10 players on the red were dead at the same time.
Surprised we didn't get that.
And a couple of plays like this as well just didn't go the way of Scout. He had Sonya's there as well, didn't pop it, lost all of his HP, and meant that the rest of the team was playing without their mid laner. And it really felt like LNG, they tried to kind of miracle play their way out of just very well constructed team fights by Rare Atom.
And it was led by Xiaoshu a lot of the time, but honestly, Nio taking advantage of that early pathing with the brand, getting up under a Bel'Veth who needs to have a lot of sustained help, I feel like, in a way of getting ahead. So honestly, really good game plan from RA and well executed. We'll see if LNG can bounce back from that one, because again, they need one win. They need a single win to bypass the first round, and they're not starting off with that win yet.
Feels like a lot of teams, it's the way of the LPL, have been slipped up. They've slipped up a little bit towards the end of the split, or rather teams have tripped them up. Teams have met the occasion. I'm thinking of, RNG taking a win off of Fun plus Phoenix. We've seen that, obviously JDG drop a series unexpectedly too to deny them what should have been a walk-in towards second place. Now Top Esports will be playing that later in today. LNG, we should have seen this team run over this series. They are by far the favorites. They look like they're better than their series score as well, given that, their second half of the split bailed out their first half of the split, which was so disastrous for them. But then you have moments like this when you're thinking, hey, are they really going to be held to first round of playoffs after this magnificent second half of the split recovery from them? It might just be the case.
You gotta find a way to pick it back up, and honestly, I think you start with Gala's performance in game number 1. That man's fired up and ready to go. Let's give him some more carries. Let's give some more focus that way. LNG might have a hope in it just yet. But honestly, it was a pretty well-focused, holistic performance from RA. And with Xiaoxi in there kind of throwing his body around on the Nautilus, it actually felt like they were able to utilize that a lot of the time. So it was really nice to see Xiaoxi, who's starting again for the second series of the year so far for him. And coming out big.
Rare Atom banning away the Tristana now on red side. Of course, Scout last year, and he's played a little bit toward the end of the split team. Picked up that Tristana's play. The LNG faithful of Tristana Maokai, they played that a lot in 2023 with Tarzan on the roster. I was looking at how Ari was very important to both these mid laners. I wonder if the Tristana actually pips that to the post, particularly with the value which both Vikla and Scout have seen recently. What's going to be the last plan? We still have Nico available for Scout as well. What are we looking at first picks here? Varus, very lane dominant, locked in easily.
Also just a lot of versatility and utility. Those Chains of Corruption coming through. But love the Karma focus towards Vikla, as well as, we already talked about earlier in the series. Nio really loves the Zinzal. Perfect combo there. Would set them up for success in game number 2. It is the Ahri, this time locked in for Vikla.
So, choosing to lock that in as a blind pick. Wouldn't surprise me now to see Scout go towards Nico. That has a strong laning phase versus Ahri. And it's a comfort pick for Scout. That will be an interesting and fun and dynamic team fight in mid lane. So we get to see both, hopefully, both these mid laners. Assume and Xiaoxi, they really need to lock in some lane dominance of themselves. I am a little surprised they don't go towards the Nautilus themselves and maybe pair that up with, I mean, I guess without the Draven and against the Varus, maybe that changes things. But just Varus Nautilus is such a hellish combination in lane to play. JDG really pioneered that earlier into the split, even with the Lucian Nami priority when that was very, very strong. This combo, though, very easy lock-in for Gala and Hung. I expect now, again, maybe something... I would have maybe liked to see the Nico locked in towards that mid lane, just because it can contest the Ahri so well, but it is going to be Zucker on the Renekton again, and now we have to say,
redemption, man.
I think he kind of needs to have that now. And I guess RA, they have to ask, well, are we going to get ourselves a top... Are we going to save ourselves a better counter pick for this Renekton later in? Do we lock in the K'Sante right now? It's harder to do that into something like that, Varus. They're going to leave themselves support and top lane both into the second round.
The Volibear was banned away in that game number 1. This time picked up. Also curious that they wanted the Kalista, but also had banned away the Renata, so we'll see what they want to pair up with that one. The Taliyah ban here, as you see the guffaws across RA, but it will be the primary focus for them, at least in terms of that mid-jungle pool in that second phase.
So what else do you ban away now is where we're at him. I mean, I guess the Nico is an easy ban away. That's one of the, again, the better picks for Scout into the Arena just in general. No surprise that LNG are banning away that K'Sante after the last game. Problem is, if Xiaoxi does have another answer into the Renekton, it's probably not going to be something that you want to ban away here. It's quite hard to tell what that is. They're normally more like niche picks into the Renekton right here. I don't think any of the meta picks deal with him particularly well. So you might have to ban away. I think you ban away a support here. It's just which one you really want to take away from the Kalista. Whatever you think is lane dominant, contend with the Varus Nautilus.
I'm actually very curious what they're going to go ahead and ban away, because, okay, it's going to be the jungle focus instead. I was going to say, I think more focus towards Xiaoxi would be big, even like a Rakan would be a big one. But the Vi instead, that single target lockdown, going to be taken away from RA. A couple options still left on the table. They will save that counter pick here and grab the Rel.
So, the reason for the Varus, obviously the Volibear can go in towards top lane. I don't know if I like Volibear into Renekton right now. I think in the past, in say 2020 and some of the years before that, when Volibear was a mainstay of the top lane meta, Volibear was very, very strong into Renekton because of mixed damage and the difficulty of itemizing against him while he could just go towards armor. It's not really the case right now. Renekton is very, very strong just in terms of base stats. Very hard to kind of outplay Renekton's Bruiser versus Bruiser as it happens. Now he doesn't have the Tristana, but he does have the Jace. Jace Maokai was the LNG combo 2023 when it was Scout and Tarzan. Weiwei has come in. And of course, he's had a bit of a torrid time here on LNG in the split the whole team has, trying to adapt to each other and the changes that come through to it. They can play with a bit of range now between the Varus and the Jace.
We're going back to 2023. The Poke comp is alive for LNG. I'm very curious how they piloted this one, where we get a little bit of a more new age comp from RA here, where we have the Rumble that was locked in for Xiaoshu, and it looks like the Volibear jungle with the Rel support.
So, long-range threat from RA. Jump forward as the Kalista, the Rel goes forwards, the Volibear goes forwards, the Equalizer comes in like a strip of fire from the heavens, and Ahri also jumping forwards too. So LNG, very, very important that Zucker is strong in this game. It's not going to be like the K'Sante frontline, but the Renekton needs to hold that door closed alongside that Maokai ultimate. LNG, now this game, it's less about them being aggressive, more about them holding their battle lines in the way that RA did to them in game 1.
And I love for RA, they're leaning into the skirmish style of Nyoga. We talked about this rookie earlier in the day where, you know, he's a little bit outshined from some of the other rookies, primarily Milky Way in the league, but I feel like he's had a bit of a resurgence in the split itself and grown into the role a lot, but they've been leaning towards his skirmish tendency.
Skirmishes in this game, they're likely to be pretty frantic. You've got the Jace who can respond from quite a long way away. You've got Volibear, you have Nautilus on different sides. Those skirmishes can explode pretty quickly. Lots of ability to pull the trigger early.
As we're getting in this one, you have to always remember, and we say it a million times because it is important, this is the final day, but the stakes are still so high. LNG, they just need one game win to bypass the first round of playoffs. It is a boon to teams to battle out after a little bit of rest as LPL playoffs start right around the corner. We're in Suzhou, we're in LNG's home arena. Let's see if the crowd can give them some energy to come back in this series.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
They're there, and that's all that matters.
They're there.
All
The
right?
camera was there. I don't know whether the crowd mics were just not on there or whether they were just chilling out a little bit more. Chilling with the chillin', as Munchables likes to say.
Yo, where's
And,
the mascot?
LNG.
I need another shot of the mascot.
You know, one thing which I had some wandering thoughts before the series, because you know how LNG were referred to as like the turtle team or the tortoise team in the LPL because they were just so slow for most of the split. You know that dragon turtles are like one of like the celestial beasts in Chinese mythology. I think they're called Longui. I think that's what they're called. But you know, it feels like they have started to come out of their shell a little bit more. That was kind of one of the points which I wanted to focus on, just in terms of a strategic thing for them and a style thing for them coming into this game today. But RA kind of like shut that party down pretty quickly because it felt like they were the ones who were being much more proactive, particularly around Nio. He's on the volley bear again. Weiwei starting with the Raptors. He isn't spotted out in terms of his early jungle clear as well, so that's important for him. But honestly, Nio, I want to see if he can have similar impact to the way he did in Game 1.
I really like the clear speed of the volley bear. Hung might not have wanted to take that engage just yet, as the Rens start from Assume will take Hung down sub 200 health down here. The level 2 still in contention.
So, Xiaoxi takes that crash down. Means that if he mounts up, he can flash forward for that guaranteed flip back. You can't cancel out of that. This is what you do as the Rel. You know, you keep that shield from that dismounted form. As you mount up, it means that you can just flash forward and get that guaranteed CC. Very, very dangerous. So, LNG, after taking so much damage at level 1, be very, very careful. We did say that the Varus Nautilus, very, very lane dominant. So, for Gullah and Hung to lose a trade like that, very against their kind of identity as two players, and now Nio off a vision himself. That's Scout who's pushing in. He's done this before, over pushing without his jungler nearby.
It's level 3 will push Scout out of lane. I did want to highlight that we had the opposite side starts for both junglers, but Weiwei actually taking a quick path after taking his Chicky Nuggies to go up towards the top side path and maybe deny any invade from Nio, which you see Nio was pathing towards.
We used to see this a couple of seasons ago. It's kind of called a reverse clear back then. Back then it was buff, and then you clear back towards the first buff that you're taking. So you kind of do a zigzag across the map. Now it's about just taking something like the Raptors on one side and then kind of going to the other side. Now really wants to go towards mid lane though. This is a bit of an overforce, but the thing is, you're still denying Scout a lot of minions in this lane. It's still like a lot going to be taken in here. Victor's going to trim out the wave just a little bit. They're going to try and stop the recalls again. Scout, if he doesn't get a good recall and teleport back, he's going to lose himself a lot in terms of this early lane. It means he can only back for just a tier and no combat stats. Whereas Vikla, if he gets himself a better recall, can get himself to better laning items and maybe take the fight to Scout.
Look at this RA. I mean, they are going to be snuffed out here by LNG moving from bot lane, but the connection, the togetherness, we're seeing it come alive in their final series.
And, you know, we won't see this team again after this series. This is their last chance to give themselves a last hurrah. Nio has flash. Who's he angling for?
Last chance hurrah and maybe a bot lane kill. They will get the flash out of Hung.
So, good pressure from Nio. You could say that, you know, he's losing out on value in terms of jungle camps. The thing about Volibear is that, you know, once you hit level 3, much like the Poppy, kind of just happy to go just skirmish across the map. We can see that Scout has been able to stop back in towards this mid lane, but not without losing significant amount of CS very early into the game to Vikla. Vikla on the Aria, which Scout piloted just the game before. You can see that Vikla as well. Has Nio in his lane again.
I mean,
what is he meant to do about this?
The thing is this combo is so lethal, so if you don't give it respect, you will just go down. And they are just pushing him out of lane consistently and giving Vikla a ton of pressure.
You see that Vikla. I'm not sure if he has the electrocutes up. One more electrocute trade might be able to kill Scout down here. Nio really just ignoring his camps and saying, champions are my camps now.
Double scuttle
out of that. He gets the double scuttle. That's okay. That, in fairness, is actually quite nice. But he's delayed his camp respawn, so he's going to be behind Weiwei in terms of camp tempo, I suppose, and just kind of like keeping them continually on cooldown. So Scout has survived the first part of lane. I think did a really good job of keeping his acceleration gates up to keep himself back in safety. He'll teleport back with okay combat stats now at least, but Vikla still really winning out in this early lane in terms of CS. He's going to come back, and when he's back in lane with this 40 CS back compared to the 30 CS of Scout, expect him to be looking for big early combos with Nio.
Nio's going for the Telegrubbies episode 1 of the second game here. We'll be able to secure those for himself. So learning a lot here early on from RA, and learning a lot about how they want to dominate this matchup against LNG. The other thing that's quietly gone unnoticed, Xiaosu up 20 CS. There will be some gain back from Zika here, but my God, they just have pressure everywhere in the lanes.
Yeah, the Rumble really doing well in this matchup. You know, Renekton has been very blind pickable. People have just been going towards this saying, look, he beats bruisers versus bruisers. But Xiaoxu, he's been getting better over Zucker in this series. We have seen it occasionally from Zucker where he just kind of drops the ball in 1 or 2 games. With that being said, though, this split has been much more consistent from him than we've known from him in the past in regards to that. Just want to highlight again back to this mid lane because we talked about, okay, what is going to be the payoff from RA putting in so much pressure towards Scout. Now, he hasn't died, but he's gone back and he's bought himself a tier and a cull instead of anything like a longsword or anything like that for combat power. Vikla, he is in a much better point to fight right here, right now. Scout biding his time to become running.
I never worked with bears before when I was a zookeeper, but I do know they are hungry beasts, and Nio is scooping up. It would be really cool, actually. I never got to work in that section of the zoo. I got to work with the wolves, which was cool in its own right. Cool. But, you know, bears are pretty hungry, and it moves around. Nio gets a couple things, goes to the river, and fetches some dragon-shaped fish and some telegrubby-shaped fish. I don't know how that works in the wild. I'm not a, you know, wildlife.
Yeah, you're not. Okay, so you haven't got like, you haven't done like your doctorate in like Summoner's Rift flora and fauna. That's what you need to do next, right? Okay, that makes sense. I did have a fun fact about wolves. I'm trying to remember what they were. Pretty sure that whales. I'm pretty sure that whales would have evolved from some kind of wolf-like creature which went back into the sea. I had heard about that. You can tell because obviously they're mammals and they have the blowholes. There are some basically, if you follow the evolutionary track down, there was some kind of like wolf-like creature which then went. It was out-competed for food on the land. Went back into the water. Whales. There you go.
That's kind of cool. I don't think you have to have a PhD in anything to know that crocodiles don't like flamethrowers.
Big set on fire. Yep.
You know, I think we're finding that out. Although Hungry Bear is going to strike it mid lane again, you can't let the trash be out because Nio will take it. You know, not going to find the kill, and Vikla actually has to be a little bit more careful there as LNG are feeling the burn.
Yeah, and Scout, he has done his absolute best to not die in this mid lane, and he has succeeded at that, but God, he's not getting much value for his money in this chase very early on. I think one of the big things which I had questions about coming into that's an ult trying to catch up Vikla. This could be good damage here. You might just kill him.
Wait, Bramble smash to victory. First kill for LNG.
Oh man, Vikla overstays in mid lane. After an opportunistic dive attempt onto Scout, he ends up on low HP. It starts from this right, hits a charm. You can see that Vikla, no, very strong early duo. It's not quite the same as the Ahri Vi though. You can see that you're lacking some of that extended lockdown and damage. The Volibear is nice in terms of that, but it's not quite the primary combo. Vikla gets out with low HP, gets taken down afterwards. So, first kill on the board, despite the early pressure working for Rare Atom.
Just need to find a way to keep the consistency going for them. They are starting to gain back a little bit of their CS leads. But I think, you know, staying proactive as Nio is extremely important. And you see, apparently there's some good smelling food in mid lane.
What is Jace cooking? Not very much right now. He's got himself like a couple of potatoes. Maybe we can make some hash browns out of them. He hasn't really got the gold.
He's got the hammer to smash the potatoes.
Do you reckon like when it comes to camping, Jace can turn the Mercury hammer into like a just in terms of just like a frying
honestly,
pan
if you
instead?
go camping with that Mercury hammer, I'm down. You can do so much. With
It's like reminds me of what was that thing from Brock in Pokemon? My frying pan has become a drying pan. It's just how you use the tools which you have. Use it over your head to protect yourself from the rain. Use it to bonk someone over the head as well as alright. Go down towards the bot side of the map to see if they can do some bludgeoning themselves. But Weiwei is here. He doesn't have ult for the next few seconds.
Scout's on his way. Ooh, Hung misses the engage. That's actually so big. Now RA take full advantage of it. Nio, he's going to flash out of the hammer, and the re-engage from Xiaoxi's big. Now Victor's running rampant on the back line, and assume he's going to rend his way to 2 kills. Here comes Zika, though. Can he make the difference? He's going to find 1. RA are starting to walk away as Zika finds 2. Can he get a 3rd? There he is! But Vikla will stand tall and pick up everybody!
It's happened again, Mazel! Everyone dies! Everyone but Xiaoxu, who sat there going like, what's going on down there, folks? 0-0-0 to the Rumble. Everyone else falling in that play or being involved with it. Vikla walks away with a lot of gold again, and while all this is happening, LNG are losing a lot of gold to towers. They're losing this wave in bot side. Top side as well, they'll end up losing a wave as well because of the teleport away from Renekton. This is all very, very frantic. Flashes away from Scout's combo. Vikla able to run rampant. Very, very split. The extra mobility from RA wins them out this fight mostly. And while you think, oh, it goes away kind of even, remember this was technically a 5v4, which Rare Atom win on the bot side of the map. They win against the numbers advantage.
And they literally got so
We're going
many plates.
again!
Oh, yep. We don't even get to talk about it because Dragon's coming in 20 seconds. There's 3 plates gone on top side. There's also like a 30 CS lead up there. So they are absolutely loving that trade every time.
Now, I mean, of course, Zucker walks away with 3 kills, so it's not going to be the complete financial victory for Xiaoxu. I'm kind of glad that we finally get ourselves a bit of a breather after that one. It would have been one hectic fight into another one. We get to talk about some of the implications of this. So, we did say that Zucker needed to be really, really strong on the top side of the map for LNG, because as we saw even in that bot lane played, Zucker can buy up a lot of time when he's got the Dominus running, and he keeps getting empowered Qs. If he gets these 3 kills and uses them well, we might see RA struggle to kill him off as the first target in a lot of these fights if he plays well. It's harder to do it than the Kasansi just before this. But on the other side, though, Vikla very strong and look to burst out Scout.
Ooh, that was close. They are going to get his flash, so I'm sure that will be revisited at some time soon. Now, there is an episode 2 of the Telegrubbies that RA are going to be subscribing to right now. Oh, maybe not.
I think they're getting some early
He's
vision
done
down
watching
first.
TV.
I mean, they should get them. And if they get 6 grubs, they're so happy with how this can work out, particularly with Xiaoxu, again, getting such a CS lead and time in those towers on a side lane. He can potentially get himself to a really good point. With that, not going to be taken over here. Is there going to be a contest? No, I don't think so. I don't think LNG really want to walk into a choke point with an equalizer waiting for them. Xiaoxu yet to get involved in the game.
And that's 2 games in a row that LNG have kind of let these grubs go to the wayside for themselves, and RA will scoop that up. That's huge for them to play around later on, as well as they'll have a little extra give in the turret takes.
So 6 grubs over to RA. You have some very spiked gold as well, where you can see that, you know, it really is Vikla picking up a lot of that bounty in the mid lane. He's done a bit of a pet peeve of mine, which is you buy the Dark Seal after you have gotten the kills, which is not how you get the most things.
Classic hindsight is 2020.
It's like, yes, I'm doing well now I can pick it up. The thing is, you want to buy it, you want to just kind of say, look, we're looking for the next big fight. Now, Knight is the best player in the world at doing this. He just blank buys a Magi's before a big fight, keeps himself safe enough while keeping kill pressure up, and runs away with the huge extra stats. Need to see if Vikla can do that now. He has the goal to be impactful. Scout has somehow survived this early game on the other side of this matchup, though, because, you know, he's got himself up to just a 10 CS deficit. And considering how this game has gone, he has tanked, what, 6 ganks? 7? Unreal amounts of it.
Something like that, yeah.
And, you know, he's blown a couple of flashes. He died in the bot lane. He didn't even die to a gank. He died to the bot side play. He's been using his acceleration gate really well to just make sure he can get out to safety. He's almost relevant now. He's getting towards Muramana. Once he gets to 2 items, this guy will start, again, really dishing out some damage. No real true tanks inside of RA to shrug off that poke.
And we go back to the conversation of how LNG approach these fights, right? They love approaching objectives after RA are already there because they have so much spacing and at least a lot of range to go with the poke too. And I think RA are a little bit more scrap in your face style, try to pick somebody off.
First item coming through for Naya will help with that. Sunfire Cape picked up for Naya, which will help with just kind of being tanky and having, you know, some decent damage in this early game. Don't think this is the patch where the Barmy Cinder was changed to do the base damage. Still might be, actually. Need to go check that up as well. But either way, there was a chance where earlier in the season you sit on Barmy Cinder and then you go towards other better tank items. But with the Sunfire built up either way, now going to have a good amount of extra brawling damage abilities to take a bit more of a hit as well as we set up for the next fights.
Saw that first turret get taken by RA as well as a second, and they'll just snowball that into another objective control. So literally, RA are just driving around, LNG are sitting in the back seat asking, where are we going?
Let's see who can grab hold of that wheel a little later into it. I mean, you got Poke Varus on Gala.
You shouldn't grab somebody's wheel while
No,
they're
you
driving,
shouldn't,
right?
but
you
if you're-
shouldn't. You should. Nightmare, come on.
Okay, well, if you're in an action movie, it can be okay, but besides that,
yes,
maybe
yes.
not. Try not to do that at all, folks, ever, actually, thinking about it. Yeah, things you've learned from the LPL stream. Grab the wheel of the car you're a passenger in. Xiaoxu trying to be the driver in this play, but he's teleported on.
Ooh, Scout's in a lot of trouble, though. He's heated up and he's going down. That's Scout out of the fight. And
Zucca.
they are completely trouncing LNG's map movement as he's going to try a 1v3. Zico will be turned into some skin boots by RA.
It's gonna be Xiaoxu finally getting involved in things, and LNG kind of wish he had him. 2-0 on this Rumble, almost evens up the kill score against Zucca with the three kill Renekton. So far ahead in terms of his farm, that is just a huge amount of cash to give over to him. The gold lead in general now, 4,000 the side of Rare Atom. Early game domination. LNG fought their way back in with a significant mid-game in game one. This is not really happening here, though. They're the ones which are falling behind on the map. I really feel like Scout, when he's falling behind in the game, can't just dictate the control of the map. When he was ahead on the Ahri, he was pushing in side lane, setting up for the next fight. He can't do that here. He's getting punished as soon as he turns up to a side lane. RA, real credit to them for continuing to up the pace of this game with the champions they have on the Rift. Victor's going towards the Liandry second as well to keep that burn damage up later into the game. Less about the burst, more about between him and Xiaoxu burning down a target. LNG, their front line is going to be paper once those items are completed.
RA have nothing to fight for here. Like they are fighting for pride to finish off the season. They are not in our playoffs, but they have the utmost spoiler role here for LNG and forcing them into the first round of playoffs. And this feels a little bit more akin to some of the moments we've seen at the beginning of the split from LNG.
You know what's even more hilarious about that? Because Weibo are the team sat below them, Weibo will have gone from like 12th up to 6th in 1 week of play in LPL.
Love
They
that.
would be the beneficiaries of this play. Now you've got the Herald, 6 grubs coming in towards this lane as well. You can
Oh
see
my
that Scout
God.
Scout is pushing towards top lane. They're trying to avoid this.
Ooh, Vikla can't get the charm engaged. Depth charge coming through. Now Fate's Call going to be pulled, but they got the damage done to the turret, and now RA are out of there.
Yeah, but Scout is still pushing topside. How much damage is he doing towards this? Is a full
Ooh.
inner turret. So good extra value. What were we saying the gold lead was a little earlier? 4,000 or so. Now a little under 3,000. So they've closed out a decent amount. But now with the Maokai ult gone, RA could potentially look for a fight. But of course, they've used too many of their ultimates as well. Now leave well alone.
We do know Scout for having some really heads-up plays, and honestly, that's a big one. Try to chunk back a little bit of the lead, get a little bit of that map control, because those are the only 2 turrets they have are on top side. Everything else is available, so a lot of standing gold to LNG's favor. Oh, that's a hubris second item.
Yes. So
Let's
the
go.
last time I saw Scout play this champion, he did pick up the hubris there as well. The thing about Jace is that you're very likely to get high kill participation. You get 1 chance kill, and then you get to keep that up for your second and third shock blast after that point. It's the only real Jace I've seen building this hubris onto the champion. He's managed to get some good value out of it in the other game which I watched him play of this that I can remember. Get ourselves a replay of his Herald Charge in. Defensive Maokai ult kind of makes this play much, much harder to do. I think the Kalista ult goes a little too late as well, because if you don't take that tower shot from Xiaoxu, maybe you have the health to reach the backline again in a subsequent fight, but not to be. If you're moving back out onto the map, Ultimate's almost back up again for Rare Atom. They don't have the equalizer just yet, and the Kalista ult is still there.
Another little thing stacking up in RA's favor has been that full objective control for them. Literally everything so far for them in the neutral objectives have gone their way. And they are sub 3 minutes from a Ocean Soul fight that LNG are going to have to be at.
They will, because a lot of these champions can keep burns ticking on you for a long time. It's very hard to get rid of that Ocean Soul. If Xiaoxu just puts down that equalizer, it's going to keep that Ocean Soul ticking up, and it just means it's harder for people to shut him out. Vikla as well, if you dash in, dash out, the Liandry's, which will come up as second item, that's going to keep the Ocean ticking over as well. Just makes these not necessarily tanky champions just that much more frustrating to deal with. Second item now bought up for Vikla. He has basically said, I am going to be hitting the front line, even though there are double AP solo laners, and well, it's a very heavy AP composition from RA. Vikla just says, okay, I'm going to just future-proof my build, go towards something like a Crypt Bloom next as well, and make sure that I can damage the front line, and LNG won't have a safe bulwark of Maokai to stand behind Lin late game.
And I just got to give some love over to Nio. We came into this split being like, hey, we know Milky Way's coming in. He outshined Nio so much. RA haven't had the greatest split, but man, he knows how to turn it up when it's due. And again, leaning towards his skirmishing tendencies.
Thinking about the junglers which have come up this split, there are a couple of names which really stand out. Xiaofeng as well for OMG, fantastic addition to that team. His Viego has really revolutionized the way that OMG have played around their new roster. Now, he had a rough first half of the split. I'm not going to say he's up there with the other rookies in regards to how he's played with that. But still, it doesn't mean that these LDL players can't make a real show of things. And even, Monkey on the side of EDG had some great games when he first came in as well for their first series victory. The LDL very much showing up well in the full LPL proper, that there is still talent to be found in the development ranks.
Now LNG gonna move out to get some vision down, but there is a dragon looming on them in less than a minute. They'll try to transition some of this topside pressure through mid lane into the bot side fight. But again, they are a composition that likes to come into a fight after RA are already there.
Nio off vision, he's caught Scouts!
He does get him. Now, Scout playing very safe. Here comes the slam down as now the real focus is on the Xiaoxi. Scout's trying to get away over there. Xiaoxi's going to go down. It's a trade through, but RA, they're looking forward to taking the rest of the members of LNG. 3 fall for just the 1. And now RA can force the Baron, potentially?
I think they can. They have double Liandry's, and they have a Kalista. This Baron speed is going to be very, very fast. But this whole play started off by that man in the jungle that we were just talking about. The ambush from the Volibear, just out of sight, catches on to Scout. They don't have vision of him. Flashes forward, no way out from Scout. Gets tagged by the Equalizer, even though there's a Locket Shield on him. The damage is already done. You've got Gala on the back end of this, who also doesn't have Flash to reposition well enough for himself. He can't get enough done. And LNG fall apart. LNG only needed to win 1 game today. It's looking like they're going to get 0-2'd and potentially give Weibo that 6th place spot to skip that first round of playoffs.
Any good wilderness guide would tell you gotta watch out for the bears in the bushes and maybe in the rivers. It's RA moving forward here onto their dragon fight. Again, this is soul for them.
Here's the Rend. Stacked up. They want to pull it away from LNG. What have they got to play with? No Flash on Scout. They don't have the Mark out just now, but I think that without the Equalizer RA, they don't really want to pile into this. They're being very careful because they don't have their summoners right now.
Zika's looking on the other side. Now Xiaoxi's going down to the Chains of Corruption. Here comes as Nature's Grass. RA realize they don't need to give their lives for it, and it'll be the dragon given over to LNG. Maybe they just take the lives of LNG instead. As Nio gets 1 kill, he's stepping forward. Look at Vikla. He gets a big charm. Here comes the Equalizer on the way out, and that's a red carpet of death. As Assume with the flank of the Kalista. He's gone insane, man. RA have completely trounced LNG.
Where the hell did this AD carry learn that you meant to flank on this? We have ourselves that Sim HD flash going out to save Weiwei. But that'll just be a bit of a consolation prize. I appreciate RA not fighting for that dragon when they didn't have the ultimates. There's no point fighting what you assume to be a losing fight. They wait until their ultimates come up, they win the fight afterwards. It's a shame for them that they can't get themselves that dragon for that soul immediately, but they're still ticking over in terms of huge amounts of gold. See right here, just look at Jess down at the bottom. They don't have that volley barrel yet. They don't have the Equalizer just there, waiting for them to come up. Maybe you could say they're contesting a little too hard and eating too much Tharis poke, but honestly, Vikla, great play to him again. One of the things about this build with the Ahri, with the Liandry's, is that you do just want to play it a little bit more slow. Get that burn ticking over. You don't have to go for the one-shot. You're just looking to continually apply it, and then once you get into the fight proper, there's no Lordless after the burns come down. Xiaoshu's doing his own good job of burning. And we have the flanking Kalista.
I'm telling you, I literally was just watching him the entire time. He just walked the entire way around Dragon Pit. What a Chad.
I love that so much. All right, back out onto the map. They have themselves the Baron for another minute. They managed to push in the waves yet again. They'll be able to get themselves that mid lane inner turret, which they fought over a little earlier. Can they get themselves the full top lane inner turret? This one might just be a chunk. No, it will be the full one after this. No response in time. Scout trying to split the map yet again. All right, they have really targeted this mid laner from LNG. I actually feel like he's borne the burden of the pressure early very, very well. But the pressure hasn't stopped there. Continual flashes onto him into these team fights. This Jace, even with the Jace Maokai, with a couple of frontline champions as well, has not been able to sit there and get through multiple rotations to be that relevant poke champion he was of last year.
And this has, you know, highlighted a lot of the question marks that we've had for LNG, right? The combination of Weiwei and Scout has not been the cleanest one that you'd maybe think these two big names would have when you combine them.
And, you know, LNG would not, you'd not be surprised to hear that this team had done very well this split, if that were the case, because there are so many big names on this team. And LNG had given themselves a lot of expectations coming into this year. Just nearly hasn't been that easy, though. Nayo hanging around the corner again. Gala gets spooked and pops that Ghost Blade because he is really afraid of a Volibear flying over the wall. Rare Atom, they have nothing to play for but pride and maybe a bit of spite as well to one of those teams going into playoffs. This has been a game which I'm sure a lot of people would not have expected out of them. They're starting to show up really towards the end of the split. I'm now kind of sad we won't see them until Summit. This has been a great series from them.
Gains of Corruption coming out here. Nayo, he is moving out of there. Chelsea is pretty low. Okay, some of that poke really starting to hit here. Fate's Call coming in. Zika has popped dominance, is on a flank. RA need to find their way out of this one as Nayo is able to find an escape. Xiaoshu just gets taken out to a shutdown to Scout on the other side. RA with an escape plan here out of the bot side of the map. I don't know if they can. LNG have the cutoff. Oh, they actually turn on Hung. Okay, they get one. Vickley gonna flash out here. Nayo trying to stop the rest of LNG, moving forward. RA trying to get out. Re-engage
Here we go.
coming out from Chelsea, and it's starting to get chaotic, but LNG love it. They'll take a couple heads and now move into a bit of a fighting position here.
Oh, it's an overstay from Rare Atom around the inhib, which just leads to an extended chase down. It's a lot of kills, it's a lot of gold over. And this happens a minute before Dragon. Sadly, it's not well the Dragon spawns. They can't deny RA a chance at fighting back at that one. I also feel like by using the flash on Scout, that potentially could hurt them around that Dragon fight too, but still, getting some kills on the table. Very, very nice. Great ult from Gala to hit the engaging forces down and getting them chunked out. Now suddenly, Xiaoxi and Nayo, they can't be the big engaging forces because they're too low. Assume as well, just hailed down in terms of those arrows and the poke coming through from the dual poke combo from Rare Atom. And sadly, Vikla can't get himself any resets in this point either. It's an extended chase down as LNG realized the time is now. Really needs to get back to live though. It's an extended replay. The Dragon's coming up soon. There could be a big fight as soon as we come out of this.
I love that LNG immediately called for the chase down, though, out of it because they knew that they had the angle here. RA, though, they all turn. And now we look back at live. There's an engage that's on the horizon here. LNG were positioning, but the Dragon coming up now. RA want to force a fight before it here. Now, Weiwei is going to pop an extra draft. Engage, they actually got him. Assume is down. The Magnet Storm is not going to do anything in LNG. They have woken up from their slumber. The Chillin was hungry, and it smells blood.
Fantastic hook from Hung. It catches out Assume, who didn't have the flash. It comes up now. He wouldn't have had it for that fight. And LNG, 2 fights back to back, will make sure that RA are not going to cleanly walk away with this game. They're even in gold now. They're going to get themselves even an objective bounty beyond this. They have that because of the Dragons being taken from Rare Atom. They're going to get themselves bot lane in a turret, get themselves the Dragon, potentially get themselves mid lane out of turret as well. RA, couple of fights back to back, they just get caught out in the worst possible moments, and they can't close down LNG's carries in the way that they had done earlier into the game.
That early advantage far gone now. LNG move from strength to strength, from Dragon to Baron, and RA can't do anything here unless Nayo can get a steal over the back wall. They will spot it out here. He can have an attempt. It would be a
it's
big
gonna
one.
be a flip.
As he's not going to be able to. He's locked down. He can't even get in the pit. That is the Baron LNG and a furthering of their lead.
Seriously, Gala's ults have been absolutely clutch. He gets the first one in the inhib, he gets another one around that Baron. What happened around this one? I guess it wasn't around for this. Maokai ult separates out the team, but this hook solves everything, man. Hug, oh my word, threads the needle, doesn't manage to stay behind the front line, does this Kalista, and by the time Vikla comes into the play, there's no one else alive. They can turn and burn onto the Ahri, who can't end up escaping. RA, now they have to find themselves fighting from behind, and pretty much the first time in this series.
And this is not a comp that you want to be behind against, because your health bars are not going to be very happy. We've seen their lead cut down right in front of their faces, but they are still out. They are still hungry, and they can still find the picks onto Scout or Gala.
Now we can see the damage from Scout onto Assume from that chase. Thing is, even though LNG have won a lot of these last fights, look at the flashes they currently have, or rather, the lack thereof. They have one on Weiwei, that's it. You get Nio able to ult forwards or assume able to kind of throw Xiaoxi into the play. These carries could go down very, very quickly, particularly Gala, no defensive stats. It's all on the positioning of LNG's carries right now while they don't have flashes. Once they come back up, they can be a lot more aggressive. Alright, they need to try and punish that if it's all possible.
God, that's 4.5 items for Scout, though, with the hubris as well that's been stacking. Like, that is so ridiculously scary once you get a kill over for him. And I just feel like it presents so much strength. You look at a lot of the way that they've been approaching these fights and just the forward down poke that Scout's been able to use. They have been very decisive, which I feel like wasn't necessarily the case in game number 1.
No, not necessarily. Well, you could say they were decisive, just not clean in their execution. Maybe that's the way to put it, because they were still looking for fights. It's just the fights didn't work out for them, and RA positioned better around them. We talked about how Scout was trying to go for the flash charms. That's decisive, just wasn't accurate on the other side of it. LNG, they've tried to become more decisive as a team, and largely they have been accurate in the last half of this split. We had that whole graphic saying they had us in the first half. They lost a lot of series, and we thought that World's representatives from last year might be not even making playoffs this time around. They've done a great job of recovering, at least from that point, but in this game, feels like they really were set up to even skip the first round, but RA had something more to be said about it.
They definitely did. Again, LNG just need to win one game to bypass that first round of the playoffs. They definitely want to achieve that one here. And you can see they've woken up from what would be a deadly slumber in the first, I guess, game and a half. But now Scout maybe going to be put back into sleep as now he is completely out, and that is everyone sending his way. 950 smackaroos to Nio.
Okay, so just as the Baron buff wears off, Scout goes down and he blows his flash. And remember, those flashes on those carries worth their weight in gold from RA. Thing is, though, flash from Volibear is one of the bigger tools from RA to force fights as well. Luckily, for RA, there's also no cross map available from LNG, so just a bit of a slip up. See that Weiwei was almost there to help out Scout, but just goes a little too far. Lost to all 5 members. Brerat.
How much do you think an average polar bear weighs?
A lot. Those things are huge.
Yeah, go ahead and guess.
I'm trying to think, because you're gonna think in pounds, right? And I'm gonna think in
I am
kilograms.
gonna think in pounds, which is gonna be
This is
hilarious.
Well, okay, the weird thing about the UK is that we use both pounds and kilograms because for some reason we have just like a weird mix.
Well,
of
now
both.
you have no excuse.
I'm gonna say it's gonna weigh 300 kilos.
How much is that in pounds?
I don't know. That's
All right,
the problem.
well, they weigh about 1,000 pounds, and Nio's going to have to use that weight, shift it around, especially with that extra gold gotten to take the fight for RA. Dragon is coming up. That's Soul for RA themselves.
Okay, right. So, mid lane priority from LNG established. Again, no flash on Scout. He has himself a GA, though. That's important. We have to use that in this fight. It's not easy to take him off the table, and even if he respawns now, he can at least go into hammer form and slap back. Vikla teleporting deep into the enemy jungle, looking for an angle. Can he get a charm? He has a flash charm potential. He might have to walk over vision, though, to get it.
They wanted to try to catch Scout while he was looking for angles through the pit, but now they don't really have an angle. They will be spotted out. Vikla on the other side. The poke starting to hit on Xiaoxi. Zika in the bush there, waiting to go in. Dragon getting about half health. Xiaoxi's going to give his ult there. Stormbringer coming in. Vikla's in the pit now. They try to get onto Gala, but they can't. And now RA's attempt has been rebuffed. LNG, they will find more. And they might even be able to clean house here. Xiaoxi taken down. And now Xiaoshu, the only remaining member, might be caught in some alcove gaming as a triple kill had come across for Scout. He might be looking for a quadra. Nice little flash, but there it is. Scout is an angry kitty, and they're going to flash in mid lane and try to take game 2.
Scout withstands the early pressure. A dozen ganks goes his way. He only dies to a bot side skirmish, and he comes back to life in the late game. LNG only needed to get one Nexus in this series to secure themselves a skip of that first round of playoffs and get towards the 6th seed, and they'll achieve that right here.
Congratulations to LNG as they will be in 6th place there, and being able to secure that one is huge. Skipping that first round, Robin, very, very big at least, and I know it's been a trudge up the mountain for LNG in a way, and being able to get there, I feel like is a benefit to themselves, but also off the back of incredible performances from Scout.
Yeah, and I really feel like, you know, LNG, they showed a lot of their I'm going to say discipline, determination. You know, they have been the turtle team for bad reasons for most of this split. This time it was a good reason. They turtled up until they could fight back, and they bring us into a game 3.
Well, that is game 3 on the horizon. We will send it off to a little break. We'll be back soon. Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Spring Split. It's the final day of regular season, so of course our first series of the day had to go the distance. LNG win a game, they lock in 6th place, and they bring us to a 3rd game here, Nymera.
And Zucker walks away with MVP. Both top laners having really exceptional performances so far. Zucker's backline threat was so massive in the late game team fights. I really want to praise Scout for the way that he kind of handled the burden, the pressure in this game. But Zucker was, again, relieving so much of that from the rest of the team. You look into the late game team fights, he was just slaughtering the backline.
Yeah, definitely a redemption game for him. Game 1 did not go his way on the Renekton, and Game 2 did.
And you can just see how much threat he has. He just always choosing an angle, buys up the Callisto ultimate, cuts down the Rumble very easily.
He was losing, by the way.
Yeah, he was. This guy was like, I mean, he was 3 kills up but down a huge amount of CS, and then Zucker got a lot of, not Zucker, Xiaoshu got a lot of gold on the other side of kills, which came after with the topside play. And, that's kind of the story of RA in this game, sadly, is that they were really far ahead. And then a couple of fights back-to-back, basically all coming through from the mid lane, fall away from them. And this monster Urk in late game seals the deal for them with one last team fight where Victor on the Ahri turns up a little too late, can't do anything, just there for the kind of the last hurrah, really. Can't get any kills.
Was good decision making from LNG with a match of execution this time, which I feel like was not there in game number 1. It definitely feel like they woke up into the series. RA had some good machinations in the first half of this 2nd game, but it started falling apart after that 3rd dragon and the full neutral objective control that they did have.
Yeah, just look at shit Zucker in the back end of this. The Renekton has been very, very prominent in the LPL recently, to the point where I've wondered, where are the Renekton counters? Are we playing into this? It feels like,
it was
game
K'Sante in game 1 if Nio comes there.
For me, the Renekton counter in game 1 was just gank him a million times and hope that the other top laner gets ahead. So that's maybe, but I feel that's not really something that you can do necessarily from draft, and I feel like the Renekton should still be fine into that. The Rumble here is okay, but I feel like, there has to be some other answers out there. This has been blind pickable for a number of weeks now. Where is the research and development to bring out more stuff like, the Quinn is harder to play in terms of the split push, but where are the other picks which could contest this?
Yeah, I want to see some adaptation in that regard. That's why, seeing some flexibility there would be super huge. I know Xiaoshu is one to take aggression into the top lane here, but for me also, I need to see another step up from Vikla. That game 1 was really nice to see from him and Nio. And in that game number 2, Scout had the difference on the Jace. And it felt like Scout had really come into form here. So finding a way to combat that flaming mid lane powerhouse, you gotta watch out.
So, game 3. This matters not at all now, folks. This
not
one,
at all. Let's see what happens.
This is not changing standings at all. It changes a number in a column. That's it for both of these teams. Of course, that's all it would have done, I guess, at the end of the day, regardless. But still, we're at them. I guess they'd like to end on a solid note. LNG, same for them too. They're a team which, they've done a lot of mountain climbing. They've done a lot of revisiting how they wanted to play as a team. Earlier in the split, we called it soul searching to figure out how they wanted to play. Feels like with the... Yeah, we were calling it that a lot because it felt like LG, they didn't know how they wanted to play earlier. They were just like, well, we'll just hope that Scout can carry eventually. Maybe Gala can carry eventually. It hasn't been like that for the second half of the split. They've been more proactive. They played more towards their combinations. You found some good value out of it, but can they end things off with another step in the right direction on that journey?
Blue side has been king. RA back on that side for game number 3. LNG on red side. They'll ban away 3 ADCs here. The Kalista, Draven, and the Senna. On the other side, it was the Varus, Lucian, and the Talia, as well as the first lock-in of the Tristana for RA.
And Vikla had such a good game on this in game number 1. Also in their victory versus Funflux Phoenix as well. On the other side, the Hook champion taken away from Xiaoxi. He has always been a Hook champion connoisseur, regardless of which team and region he's been playing in. So the Nautilus away from him. That's a good comfort pick taken away. Nio, though, seeing 2 very low-range champions at the side that might get stuck into things. Says, right, lock me in a front line. We're going to burn them down. And it is a very similar trap. You're right indeed, Mizel.
Literally the same picks, I guess, with the K'Sante a little earlier here for RA. But the Ahri is the lock-in for Scout, so maybe a bit of a redemption for him on that one here. But the Nautilus was stolen away from Xiaoxi and his Rakan banned in the second phase.
So, Xiaoxi, been one of those unsung heroes, I think, in this series to a certain extent because it's been so explosive from the rest of the map. Xiao C really put a shout in for himself for MVP just from a couple of those late game hooks, though. Catching out some important folks in about the place. Of course, scouted really importantly in game number 1 as well. So, now we get ourselves some jungle bands coming through. Of course, you got them prime combination of Vi away from Scout. Do you take away the volley bear from Weiwei if you think he's going to play it and contest? I do not think we're going to see a Bel'Veth coming out of LNG in this game. It really didn't have the best value out of it, and therefore it is going to be that volley bear taken away in terms of early playmaking potential.
Please do it. I want to see the comeback. The Jinx is locked in. All right, so we're getting a little bit of that sauce from game number 1. We'll see what RA want to do. LNG still obviously have the counter pick for jungle. Obviously, you already know though that the brand is going to be there for RA. We'll see what the lock-in is here for them themselves.
Of course, in game number 1, it was Xiao C, which had that Nautilus, so you don't have that same ease of access in terms of engaging. And if you look at someone like the Alistar, you can do a really good job of just standing in front of the Jinx, popping your ult and saying, yes, you're a late game carry, it doesn't matter for 5 seconds. And you can make the most of that. In those 5 seconds, where K'Sante's pressing W, Alistar's ulting, maybe Tristana on the Brand can get enough damage onto the low range champions of LNG to win this team fight out before resets come through from Ahri and Jinx.
Has to be the Kai'Sa, right? I feel like we've seen such prevalence of this pick rising, and it is going to be the lock-in for RA. So a lot of poke, a lot of damage for RA, and last time we saw this comp from them, it was about Nio striking at perfect timing into LNG. Now the Lee Sin for Weiwei is going to have a little bit of fight back towards that.
Now, if you do choose to go towards these early fights in this game as opposed to game 1, now the Bel'Veth failed to clean up a couple of big plays. Lee Sin is much more mobile in the early game and has a lot more damage than the Bel'Veth does in the very early levels. Of course, Bel'Veth becomes a real monster in late game, particularly when you've got lots of those stacks of Lavender and Bloom, but it's not going to be the case here. This Lee Sin, Weiwei's Lee Sin, he's done a lot of work with this in the past when he was back on Weibo. This guy can do an awful lot of damage. He needs to be a huge factor in this early game to stop Nio on this Brand having another solid early game.
And in game 1, he got a little gap by Nio on the Brand.
Yep.
We'll see if he can fight back a little bit here. Again, a bit of a redemption arc within the series, but not only that, within the season for LNG, as they did just come off the back of a huge win for them to secure that 6th place. They want to go back in this series and end on a high note. RA, still the underdogs, still wanting to fight through with a composition that we saw them wipe the floor with LNG in that game number 1. I am sure chaos is about to abound, and I am very excited to see what Nio can do against Weiwei on this Lee Sin.
But I just want to see if we have another one of those hectic team fights where pretty much just everyone dies. We had it in game 1 with all 10 members taking a bit of a backseat in the sepia screen. And in game 2, we had a very similar result towards one of those bot side fights as well. It has been bloody. It has been violent. It has been largely bereft of stakes now into game 3. It could have been a 2-0. RA had themselves the lead in game 2, but it was not meant to be for them. And now, sadly, they are just playing for pride.
I want to see 5 level 1 flashes. That's the bar
That's the
that I'm
benchmark
setting
now.
here. That's the benchmark. But I think it has been an interesting conversation as we get into the final game for RA of this split. We will not see them until summer. This is a team that came together that I actually had a little bit of high hopes for in terms of being that middle of the pack style team that did not function well together. And I think you can pull apart the pieces and see some decent moments from each one individually. And I'm hoping to see that move forward into either other teams or to another split of growth.
And Rare Atom, they're a team which even grew throughout last year. It's just whether they can keep that on track. One last game. Give us a benchmark for next split.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。
Crickets. or no mics. One of the two. Oh, am I going to get my wish? Everybody flash.
Well, it is Nautilus and
wait, but
Alistar,
Xiaoxu
level
doesn't
1.
have a flash.
碾碎他们。
Okay,
Now
well,
LNG are coming.
they
5
spotted that
flashes,
ward.
I told you.
They spotted that ward early on and like, okay, maybe let's not throw ourselves into it. But I mean, you have Alistar and you have Nautilus. They are very good level 1 champions. I wouldn't blame them for going for level 1 plays, but still, not quite feeling that bold. We, despite the fact that the game has lower value to these teams now than the previous 2 in the series, We are still staying the course in regards to gameplay, for now.
See who takes up that tempo here, though. A lot of vision actually being played around. Oh, Vikla gets the 1 CS. And Zika got his on the top side. Oh my goodness. We did get the opposite side starts for both junglers, though, and I'm really particularly looking towards Weiwei's path and see if he does anything finicky.
Yeah, particularly because if Weiwei gets good information on Nio and can respond to the first place by this brand, this game will go very differently to game 1 when Nio managed to get into this top lane and shut down Zuka on the Renekton, where she was such a monster on game number 2. You do, once again, have Jinx who can get wave control very early on. You also have yourself the Renekton who we expect to be pushing in top side as well. That was something that they couldn't capitalize on particularly well in game 1. See if they can do it here to end off the series.
As we take a look at the level 2 fight here down the bot side, Xiaoxi in his second split, or I guess the second game of the split, second series rather, has actually felt like a pretty big influence on the series as a whole.
Yeah, I think particularly on the Nautilus, he looks so comfortable on that champion, and you worked really well in the team fights to make things work. But yeah, you haven't really felt, you know, you haven't felt the kind of the gap left by Zora, who of course is another player who came in from LDL. I feel like Zora really struggled when he was away from stuff like the Nami, which I really did like from him, his Nami and his Renata. He kind of understood how to use space in terms of buying space with those ultimates in those team fights. But whereas when it comes to actually just starting those fights and landing the skill shots, I think Xiaoxi has been the better player of the two, so maybe that's something that RA can keep in mind when it comes into summer as they assess their options.
Zika gonna have a pretty big crash in the top side and gonna play for a little bit of vision there. Very much just full clear, head down for both junglers. And I think that honestly leads to the at least happiness of Nio, who will be able to get the Scuttle Crab as well on this top side.
Yeah, I think he's gonna be happy with that one. At least in terms of just getting his farm. He can go down and put down another ward into the enemy jungle, potentially wrap around topside. This is the thing, that ward will spot out when you're taking Scuttle, but it won't spot this. Zuka, he fell to the first gank of the game the last time around. This can't be allowed to happen again. Surely it can't happen again.
You know, the one thing that gets the Crocodile every time, it's going to be some missed skill shots that mean he doesn't go down at all. He's fine.
Yeah, everything's okay here. It's just a, you know, weapons malfunction or something.
Nothing to see here.
Yeah, Nio, sadly for him, could have had real kill threat there onto Zuka, but still, flash away, it's good enough. Weiwei takes the bottom Scuttle Crab, you can move back up onto the top side of the map. It's already a better start than game 1. Now Weiwei, he needs to really start keeping up some jungle vision uptime onto Nio. If this brand just continues to get in towards lanes, get stuff for free, and then also take away a load of farm, he will be the more useful champion. Weiwei, he's contesting on these Raptors.
They're utilizing Vikla's advantage here in mid lane, his level lead too. We do see the trade go down. Actually, I do believe Weiwei was able to secure some of that here, but objectives are coming up in about 30 seconds here, and that could be important for RA to look towards top side and try to take these Telegrubbies.
Xiaoshu spots up Weiwei there. He'll not get the perfect wave crash, which is a bit annoying for him. I don't think he'll be able to crash this wave fully. He'll have to recall back in with a full health bar and mana bar. Get himself a bit of a reset on that laning state. Weiwei, going back towards the scrubs. Often what you'll see on the Lee Sin is not actually a full clear of all the grubs, just because Lee Sin's not quick at taking all 3. But he does kill the first one very quickly. So you'll see him hop over the back of the pit, take one for the XP and the denial of, you know, Brand just kind of blasting through all of them, and then kind of hop his way out. We'll see whether he stays for all of them. I think he'd just prefer to be more active on the map right now. See if he does ward hop out after this point, whether he sticks around for all of them.
And I'm surprised to see Nio, he had obviously a big clear going from bot to top, but not able to put any pressure up there where RA had. Oh, big catch out here as they will take down Xiaoxi. Oh, the anchor's going to be enough for first blood for LNG.
The Ignite goes down and a greedy recall punished. Ward in the brush spots him out, and that cow will be served out as a mighty steak for Hung to get that first blood. Nio is going to go on to the enemy jungle. Again, we did say jungle uptime vision, really important against this brand. You can see that he's not taking his own camps right now, but with the amount of damage he has just in terms of his base kit, clear out some of this. Weiwei's going to miss his Q over the wall and immediately know that these are gone. He doesn't have vision there. Sees that there. He won't have the Q to gap close now either. Next cooldown's coming up. There was a chance that Hung could go up.
Level 6 advantage. Dominance pop by Zika. He does have a little bit of a move to go into turret here if he wants to. W crash, not going to be there. And he does get the pressure on Xiaoshu at least.
Needs to be careful here now, though. Rage Bar still ticking up. That's the great thing about the Dominus. Gives you so much rage, and Power W could end up going through to a kill. He's one more being for 6, and he might just be safe. Yeah, he ends up getting
he
enough
just got
XP.
6. See, RA, we're making a play bot side, though. They collapse 4 onto LNG. Gala gonna get some decent damage on Xiaoxi, can't get out.
Flash.
And here comes Scout as well. Nice little knockback, but Xiaoxi will be carved up yet again for another dinner for LNG. Now Scout looking for it, has Charm available, will end up hitting Vikla here. Gonna flash out of the anchor, really big buster shot from Vikla, and he makes it out alive.
The interesting thing to me there is that they gifted the kill to Weiwei instead of over to Gali. You can see that Gali could have just autoed down Xiaoxi, but they give it over to Lee Sin. Maybe just saying, look, we need Weiwei to be able to brutalize the early game and stand toe-to-toe with the brand instead of relying on Gala just having late game damage on the Jinx. Let's have something which can kind of baton pass over to our carries late game. It's not something which I'd often see. Pretty much always give gold over to the AD carry. So let's see if Weiwei can now make use of that gold which he's been gifted by his team.
Gala made diamonds out of nothing in that first game on the Jinx, so hey, I don't know. Maybe we'll see if give him a piece of coal and he can turn that into something when under the pressure. Now, we did see a look back at that play. Xiaoxi just unable to get away.
No flash, can't get over the chompers. That doorway has been shut. Gala gets up the lethal tempo as well. And yeah, it doesn't end up taking that kill for himself. I wonder if that was determined. I really feel he just give the gold to the Jinx there, but still, wait. He'll now have to make use of that gold, make sure that he can be still a continuation of this early game threat from LNG. Top lane already going so much better from Zucker, given that the early game ganks did not come his way this time. And Nio, I really think he's had a good series, even in this game as well.
Yeah.
He's had good early game pressure. He just can't quite flip the lanes to the level he has done in earlier games in the series.
We are getting to that level 6 mark here, and I want to put some more focus on at least the combinations that we can see here. The Scout Weiwei combination on map is going to be very, very deadly. I'm looking for Nio to try to get pressure elsewhere, try to utilize Vikla in some ways. And we see a lot of pressure now being focused up towards top side.
Particularly because the Renekton is already ahead of this matchup, and so the Phage has been changed away from the regen item where it gives you healing over time when you hit an enemy champion to the move speed back to how it was in the rest of the history of the league. Renekton, he auto attacks he wants, he can just threaten to just keep in range for the next Q. It's really dangerous taking extended trades versus particularly the post-level 6 Renekton with the empowered abilities and the Conqueror being stacked up. You can see that's led to a really significant CS lead now for Zucker on that top side. LNG, they are ready to make plays now. They have their ultimates. You don't even need their first item if they don't need it. This is a very early game team in regards of how early they can fight and can scale well into the mid game. They have themselves that lead as well. On the other side, you really want a lead on the Tristana so they can kind of bully out some of those laning phases and play a bit closer to the edge in the way that Victor's done very well recently. And even someone like the Kai'Sa would love to be jumping in and kind of stat checking some champions. They don't have that gold just yet. So RA, I don't think they can look to be as decisive as they were in earlier games.
We do have the episode 2 of Telegrubbies coming up, and Weiwei is going to face check the bush there. Charm connects, Sonic Wave connects, Kick connects, everything connecting. Mega Death Rocket goes a little bit wide there, though. Maybe Cass cursed it. Scout going in. Scout pulling back. He's going to go down to Nio. Burns him alive.
It is once again playing on the knife's edge, and Scout is the one that is cut by it. Plunges into the heart of the mid lane because he can't quite get that final auto. The Buster Shot cancels it out. It's going to be Vikla walking away with his life, and Nio walking away with the kill. LNG, we said they were ready to fight. This is the point of the game. They have the levels to do so. They will still get themselves the grubs, 6 grubs likely, but RA get themselves the kill.
RA a little bit on the back end of a play. Will lose out on the full 6 Grubageddon, if you will. And that's a little bit rough for LNG, or at least for RA. Into LNG, because again, you talked a little bit about their strengths now they can utilize that to help push down some of these towers.
Nio's slept in unseen here. I wonder whether actually Zucker has enough information to tell that. I think he, with some red pings on the top lane, you have to wonder. Gala now staying alone in the spot, so in the mid lane rather. 6 grubs. Jinx already a powerful tower pusher. Has himself a plate for free. Nice stuff for him.
So I was recently introduced to Grubageddon from a fellow caster of mine, and now I have trouble transitioning Telegrubbies into Grubageddon because it doesn't feel like, the things that go together.
Before the season started, I wrote down like 80 different things. I liked the grub, bad, and the ugly. This is what I stuck with for a little while. There's, of course, Ed, and Eddie, and the Kevin's favorites of mine. This is not one of my favorite plays. This one does not spark joy as a Scout. Sadly, can't get that final auto in to get that kill. Scout has been, in his own way, playing on the edge in regards to Ahri, and I'm going to say I prefer this style of play in a lot of ways from professional Ahris than I do from the more passive, oh, we'll just survive laning phase and get value later kind of style of play. I prefer the boldness, but the accuracy needs work here from Scout. He hasn't landed a lot of the flash charms. He hasn't landed a lot of those critical killer instinct moves, which, you know, you can call it limit testing. You can't afford to lose these plays and fall behind the snowball of the game as an inherently snowball champion.
See if he can pick it up at all as we go. Yeah, the Ahri just hasn't been the biggest pickup so far in this series for LNG. Still a lot of time to turn it around. We do have a dragon coming up in sub 30 seconds.
Nia's unseen towards bot side right now, walking towards Weiwei. Q lands on him, the stuns miss.
He's
Weiwei.
in a lot of trouble though. The hook comes through, the kick is there, and he's down. Gala's real excited. He's got a grin on his face, and now he's moving in. Scout's gonna hit the charm, and that's fried up beef for you. LNG go out in the lead.
Oh, Xiaoxi falls again. Hung does go down in return for it. It's a 2 for 1 in favor of LNG. I think we can really see, though, that Xiaoxi away from the Nautilus has felt a lot more mortal. He looked a lot more stable on the Nautilus. It was a great pickup for RA in the previous games. This time, though, LNG walk away with it. Extra gold over to the carries of LNG. Weiwei really, really strong with that Sundered Sky at this point as well. LNG more than willing to fight. They get themselves 2 dragons. It's an important moment for them, and feels like with the early golden objectives going the way of LNG, it is going to have to be a wait and stall game for a little bit from Rare Acid before Tristana and Kai'Sa can start coming online. This starts with Nia walking in to Weiwei, gets spotted out, but misses the Q. If you ever miss the Q against Lee Sin, he has full free reign to just wail on you. He's not going to get stunned up, and see that Weiwei's damage with the Sundered Sky. Massive, massive impact in this fight.
Really just picking apart the fight for LNG, and they know their win condition in that moment, right? It is Gala, and that wasn't even with an item spike here, and they were able to utilize a lot of their strengths, right? And now we move on to the Rift, where this composition that's very heavy-handed when they have a lead does have that lead and can start pressing it around the map.
Gala already at the point where he is almost popping out his cold. The Shiv on assuming the pickaxe means that he will get himself up towards that Q upgrades. I'm trying to remember if it's now with the Doran's Blade or whether it's actually just in another on the completion of the Nashes. Look, Kai'Sa's builds have changed so much now that I've lost all of the calculations on it again. It gets really weird. I remember that Gala himself was going towards the Terminus because the BF Sword component gives you the early Q upgrade. The thing about the Shiv is that you have so much of the like wave clear anyway, you don't necessarily even need to get Q early because you used to skip everything else in favor of that. But still, see him in a good point at this point to at least make sure that Gala can't crash waves for free. Need to see him get to 2-3 items though before he can really take over this game. It's going to be hard for him to become a main character on the Kai'Sa in the way that he has done in some games before.
That's the trouble with this composition, the double marksman comp that can't get ahead early, is you just have to wait. You have to get those 3 items. You have to have damage in your back pocket to be able to take these fights. And LNG giving them all that time, it's just going to make it harder and harder to find that fight back. They will take this Rift Herald, so they have full objective control, which has not been the case in this series at all.
No, it hasn't. They've had to turtle up and outweigh some of these objectives later into the game more often than not. See that Vikla with that Kraken Slayer and the Vamp Scepter doing some work against Scout. Vikla also taking the bone plating, so he's going to jump in a bit more aggressively. He's got Panthers on the bot side of the map and side of Nio, but here comes Hung as well. He has Flash and he's forced to play. Yes, they can!
Vikla, Depth Charge with the charm, all that CC, baby, and Scout picks it up.
Vikla not able to buffer out of that one. Goes down easy as you like. Xiaoxi now kept in River. He has Flash. He's probably going to be forced to blow that one as well. Weiwei's going to keep up the chase, but not for much longer. So keeps hold of his Flash after all. His teammates able to bail him out of that one. But still, Vikla dying in the side lane. 4 Dark Seal stacks now over to Scout as he picks up that kill on the bot side. He's going to start snowballing nicely. Let's see if he's playing towards the knife's edge as he has been in the rest of this series, whether that will be the difference maker.
I just learned today that when you see a mad cow running at you, you just kick it in the face. Apparently it works.
No!
Just,
no! That's not
no?
what
Is that not what we just learned?
Cows
I thought
are
that's
really big!
I know they are. But if, you know, when you're Lee Sin, you roundhouse kick it to the face, maybe it doesn't matter.
So when you're there's a program in like UK schools where you can kind of go and do like countryside walks and stuff like that. So you can kind of get some like not wilderness survival skills, but you know what it's like, just so you can kind of handle yourself when you're walking across like fields and stuff like that. The number one threat when you're doing that is cows. Cows, if they ever decide they don't like you, they're largely very cool and they're kind of intriguing. They're kind of like curious about you as well. But just don't mess with cows. They're really heavy, and they will run at you.
I don't know if you know this, but on top of being a zookeeper, I'm also from Texas, and I spent
right.
most of my high school working on a farm with cows. They're cute. They're cuddly. I don't want you to give some vicious nomenclature to cows.
Cows are great. They are also just don't mess with them. Don't tempt fate. Like this one,
we'll
they're
see.
tempted fate here.
All right, maybe they did, but hey, they look like they want more. As that Sonic Wave's gonna hit, it is gonna be the Unbreakable Pop, the Rift Herald charge at mid lane with all 6 Grubbies, as Grubbageddon is upon RA.
Now the Zerg Rush comes in towards the mid lane in a turret. Herald now uses a getaway vehicle to go down towards the bot side of the map. They could be starting to fight off.
I believe.
He's leaving the play! Where are you going, Hung?
No, he's driving it into the turret! Let's go! He did it! Hung, you get the driver's license anybody ever asks. You can have it, man. You're driving me anywhere.
Oh, that's fantastic. The thing is, I thought he was gonna miss the play in the bot side jungle while Scout had just pulled his ult. And in fact, Scout goes forwards again.
If he gets caught there.
As everything kind of goes behind, he does end up getting. You know what? Credit to
Wait.
Oh. This is out of that. Okay, alright, so grand total of that. 2 towers for the side of LNG. They don't find themselves in the kill on the enemy jungle, but they have chunked down the enemy jungler before the dragon spawns. So, Hung, I'll take it back. I thought he was going to just bail on the play on bot side. And now Vikler is left alone here too. He's probably going to die. Dangerous moment for him.
That's really unfortunate, and that'll be multiple catch-outs now of him. He does get brought down. They're trying to give it over, and Weiwei is the one that grabs it. Now RA with the counterplay on the other side. That's going to be the TP coming in, though. Maybe they can get the play here. Xiaoxi, he's down. Scout can clean this one up. Assume is gone. That's going to be a double. And now Scout with all those spear rushes. He can move forward, but he doesn't know where Nio is.
He doesn't want to go just blindly into Valorant or Xiaoshu. He only has a little bit of duration on the Spirit Rush left, and it's actually just one up. He could be in a bit of danger here. Turret shot lands. Q3 does too, though.
Scout, don't get killed by the solo here. He gets the solo. Nio here flashes out of the charm. Scout trying to make a major play here for LNG. As they do end up fighting him anyways. Nio gets a big old amount of gold. That's a huge shutdown.
It's a shutdown, but Scout takes a toll before he falls. Manages to get an extra kill out of that. The return of the Q, really well played from Scout. And gets himself a full Zhonya's on the back. Early 2 items. Strong point of power. He bails out Zucker in that top side. So LNG, they do give up that shutdown, but overall, massive win for them. Soul point very, very early into the game. Alongside again, some of that nucleated gold onto Scout. You can see that Vikler's actually having to teleport topside to clear that wave there too. RA are just behind the play in this game. LNG are the ones who are catching up. Vikler in the side lane, who's not really managed to have the Tristana 4 performance that we expect out of a first-pick Tristana, as it was earlier in the series as well. LNG have shut down Vikler much better than other opponents have.
It's been a really nice combo of Scout and Weiwei playing extremely aggressive between these two and finding a lot of those picks. Now we have second items for both Scout and Gala, so a lot of damage going to be in the back tank of LNG.
We slow ourselves down as there's Baron spawning in 30 seconds, but it's not likely to have that on spawn. Of course, Baron, one of the big changes to the map is we saw this a lot in LPL last year. It was just like the snap 20-minute Baron. Even if you were very far behind in the game, teams kind of knew that you could just rush towards that objective and make a Hail Mary of things. The objective will be up, but LNG will need a significant amount more setup to get towards that a little later on. 3 minutes until what could be Judgment Day for Rare Atom. How much gold are they going to have in pockets for that soul fight, though? That is the question. What's going to happen here? Provio Scout on the RE. Comes in time. Chooses the right target, gets himself a first reset, even though they potentially could have gone towards the Kai'Sa first. Just getting that reset is so important. You can't really go into a melee range of a K'Sante with all out. Very, very dangerous. You can see just on the ultimate indicator there, his ult's just running out. Uses the last charge of it there to get some value from the Malignants. But then he doesn't have any more mobility, despite the fact that the resets had come through. But really, really well played to stop Xiaoshu from getting away from that Q3 return, rather. Q2.
We didn't even get to watch the rest of that one as he did end up falling down to Nio because we're right back in it. And we're right back with a contest over the Baron pit here.
Mainly about vision. Got that Scuttle Crab taken in the top side as well. Zeka trying to play towards this top side. He's had a much stronger game on this Renekton than he did in game 1. Probably not matching his game 2 though, which was so destructive. And Rare Atom, they still have a lot of damage to deal to that front line. You've got 2 items for Nio on the Brand. That's another thing to watch out for them. While all this is happening though, because Zeka is stronger, it means that Gala has more space to act. Much harder to reach Gala in the back line. If you ping him with a good combo from Xiaoxi when he doesn't have flash and get that W onto the Kai'Sa, maybe some magic can happen, but still, feels like Gala potentially could have himself some more montage moments coming in this series.
He's been very handy on the Jinx. And we end up seeing a lot of big moments going his way here. I think Assume in a much similar position now after that last game and being, or at least the first game rather, and some moments in that last game as well. But as we get to it, it is a calming on the Rift, but it is 1 minute and 20 seconds until that calm turns into a roaring flame as an infernal dragon soul for LNG. That might just be the nail in the coffin. Nice flashes.
Supports trading their aggressive tools there. It's like was in range to respond, but with Kai'Sa there too, could have been a very dead Nautilus. Had an important junction in this game. When a support dies, it means they're not there to clear vision and put more vision down. One of the most probably undervalued things in professional League of Legends when you're just watching it from the outside. The support being dead, sometimes you think, oh, but they're not the ones doing the damage. They can be very important for setting up the map. Now, the timer ticking ever lower. 40 seconds now. What's the vision like on the bottom side of the map? Basically non-existent. LNG R8, they're playing around the Baron instead and just saying, well, no one's going to have a control around bot side. We're going to teleport in from Ahri towards this Baron. You see Weiwei hanging off the vision. R8, they don't have vision on this. They might need to face check.
Oh man, that's such a dicey situation there. Sorry, don't have a way of getting up there. They have to push out mid lane as well with Vikla. LNG looking for it. Nio gonna spot everybody out. Ooh, Lollipop not going
no
his
flash.
way. And now he's gonna go wide there. He goes down as well. Nice little resets here though for Gala, who's getting a little excited as maybe trying to get that reset for him is the biggest portion for LNG. Now, oh, Zika, he's in there. And there's that excited Gala. Scout's going for it, point blank. That's 2 kills. Oh, we're gonna find him a 3rd. And that's huge as LNG wipe RA and goes straight for the Baron.
Gala stacks up, get excited, and gets ripping through Rare Atom. Baron's going to go down soon after. And LNG, after a hard fought game number 2, claw their way to a game 3 and explode into life. They've had to explode a little more slowly. Wasn't really explosion in this split. They've built, they've climbed, they've grown from a very difficult start through some roster changes, through coaching changes. In this team fight here, they managed to have just so much gold, and Zucker is so strong at playing in the front line that Gala can have a clean team fight. One overstep, flash forward, the extra resets come through. No way to reset after that mistake's made.
Oh my god. Gala was there to be the recipient of the stacks there and try to get the resets, but man, Scout was so massive there, and he didn't even have his Rabadons, which he'll be on the cusp of soon. It was 6,600 damage from Gala in the end, and now it's LNG with their Infernal Soul gifted over to them.
It's exactly what we were saying. RA, they have much less tools to get onto the Kai'Sa, the Jinx on the other side. Besides maybe the Kai'Sa being really strong in the late game, it's just not easy for them to shut down Gala compared to it was in their game 1 victory against them. Even then, Gala had a good shout at it, so in a better game stands the reason he's going to do even more damage. Hits that W, the Infernal Soul on those W is so dangerous. There's an ult from Xiaoxi, no flash, he's going down.
He is completely gone, and now Gala just gets to take that excited nature straight into the turrets and snowball that into a potential victory here.
So LNG gonna walk forwards. Baron buff still here, taking down the inhib. We'll just refresh that get excited once again. There it is. He has the increased attack speed.
Dude.
These towers are not long for this rift.
This is insane. As the rush from the 6 grubs helping them out a little bit, they will be rebuffed. Try to move down to the bot side A Nexus turret's about half health there as they now just pounce straight onto Vicula. And RA, you gotta start singing your 07s and going down with the ship because LNG have roared to life in this series. They'll do a mini reverse sweep and they'll take down Chelsea for a little bit of beef to add on top of it. One more kill, two more kills. Gala's gonna find three. LNG have found everybody and they'll end the season in regular split at 9-7. And they are a tough opponent to be going up against in the second round of the playoffs.
They buy themselves a ticket away from the first round outside of that brawl between the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th place teams in the first round of LPL playoffs. We'll be seeing them directly into the second round against one of the victors of that one. We'll see how the bracket forms after this too. We have one last series to see how that will form, even on the top form of this as well. Really does feel like LNG starting to build towards something, giving some signs of life.
It's incredible to see this team actually roar to life again. They had us in the first half. They had a rough one. Even though that Weibo win ends up being a huge boon for them, it was a rough first half of the split. But that is it for our first series. We're going to go and take a short break to get ready for our second one, which is already on its way, and we'll see you there.
stay in 45. You will be our silent eye. Come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel that.
As the horizon dawns on our final series in the regular split, we are catching up as we jet set our way over to Shenzhen for TES versus NIP. A fateful matchup, an important one, probably the most important one of tonight. And it is TES winning, they get second. If NIP win, they get fourth.
So both these teams fighting to skip an extra round of playoffs from their current place in the standings. NIP, they have struggled against top teams in this split so far. Top Esports, they've had a bit of a slump towards the end of the split. They've had some worries about their gameplay being a little bit directionless, but the early game and their ability to snowball a lead has been really ruthless all the same. So let's Jens Lee Sin alongside Mako, Jackie and the Sen and Nautilus, that will be a very dangerous combo. However, on the other side, you still have Nautilus into Braum. It's not necessarily the best support matchup ever. And also Photic on the Smolder will be a scaling threat. It's not the easiest composition which Top Esports have locked in to get towards that Smolder through the Braum and also Rookie's Talia, which has been fantastic from him this split.
Yeah, it's been incredible. I do like the Karma and the Senna into the Smolder in certain cases, especially for Cream. You can get some of that poke down with the Montracuse early. You take Smolder out of the fight, you outrange him. So I want to see their execution here as Top Esports. They lock in the Aatrox 4369. They'll have a lot of power between him and Tien.
And particularly with that Aatrox, you are looking to flank, get past that Braum shield with your Qs, because you can't stop that. It's not a projectile. Smolder can get burst down all the same. So Rookie playing half carry, half roamer, and also a little bit of that peel in terms of putting that minefield down for the Smolder as well. With the Vi locked in for Aki, one of his choice champions as well, Shanji and Aki. This duo, which have played so many games together, OMG, and then onto NIP as well, looking to put themselves onto comfort against 369 and Tien, also on their most comfortable and successful champions in this split.
And you bring up Shanji and Aki. Well, they have a likely candidate on the other side facing them. Cream on the opposing side. Aki, I know I was speaking with you, who was doing translation of the interview with a lot of the players of NIP, and Aki spoke about meeting back up with Cream, wanting to see how he plays now since they went their separate ways, and especially playing into an old friend.
You've got Rookie playing against Top Esports as well. So many reunions. I'm not going to say it's bad blood. I think they'll be happy to see each other in some ways, but they'll definitely wanting to be taking the victory for themselves today. So many players, there's so many games for the team on the opposing side of the Rift, and a lot of comfort between them as well. I'm looking forward to this one. NIP looking to punch up the table and prove that they can contend, that their record isn't just a fluke. They can actually hang with top dogs like Top Esports.
We had to save the best for last. We had to save a banger that means so much for our standings to the final series in the LPL Spring Split, and none other than Top Esports and NIP. Very heavy scaling as we get onto the Rift and on to Shenzhen's first game of the night. It is NIP versus Top Esports for those playoff dreams. I don't know if you saw that little video. That was incredible. Anyways, we're on to the
catch
rip
it.
now.
I didn't quite catch it. What was it? Tell me.
That was a player from NIP running out and doing a little intro. It's incredible. If I could get that screenshot, it'd be great.
We haven't had
but
quite as many of the big intros this split.
We
did have the
haven't.
we had the Nunu and Willump from Shun and Din from BLG
That was
earlier.
pretty
That was
good.
pretty fun, but that's kind of been it.
I think they have their right to mess around a little bit when they're so dominant. Feels like nobody can touch BLG, but I think these two teams are going to want as many fights into that team as possible. And I think Rookie coming into this one, very introspective. Again, talking with you and doing some of the translation for the interview he had with Baolen. It's a situation where he knows what it means to go up against this team, the team he was on last year, especially a known friend in Jackie Love. He actually had some words for Jackie Love in that one, and he was like, just it's a little bit more and misposition a couple more times so I can get the advantage. And I love that between the two.
Also, NIP, also on their own social medias as well. I saw it on Twitter, posted a talk from Rookie about what it means to face his old team. It's been seen talking about that at length. It's impossible not to. Rookie has done a lot of work for a lot of different teams now in the LPL, and just barely missed out with Top Esports on a Worlds appearance last year. They made it through to those regional qualifiers, but couldn't make it through. NIP, they're looking for just a much better performance in general. They got themselves into playoffs last year, but weren't really contending for top spots. They've had themselves a strong start in this one. Of course, NIP, they took over from the old V5 organization, which Rookie was on before. That's kind of a homecoming for him, at least, with Photic and Draw as well on that roster. But this time, it feels like there is at least the workings of something that could be good here. They have some problems to sort out. They've had some issues with closing out games and approaching team fights in the right way. They lost some pretty bad games against some teams which we won't expect to be in top playoffs as well. They need to be better than that here.
Biggest thing with the Smolder lane, which actually we haven't seen that much of here recently, is you don't want to take those big extended auto attack trades early on. It's very difficult. Aki actually positioning like he wanted to go path down towards this bot side of the map, ends up wrapping back around towards his top side.
I think they basically sniff out the fact that there's no dive coming and that they're healthy enough to not die to that if that's going to be the case. But you're absolutely right, particularly in terms of auto-attack trades. Photic on the Smolder, you don't get that much attack speed. You're a caster rather than an auto-attacker, really. So you don't really want to be trading much of that, particularly with someone like the Senna as well. If you ever get into auto-attack range of the Senna, you are just getting hurt so badly. Every time Senna auto-attacks brings the Q cooldown down a second, which means that the next Q is going to be up more quicker, and that really hurts. So Top Esports, using the Senna Nautilus, and Jackie and Mako have been so good as a duo. Coming into this year, we said that Jackie Love had the best support he's ever played with in Mako. Getting a good hook onto Draw here.
Mako with a revitalization, it feels like. And definitely a big change for him, not in the black and white from EDG anymore. Photic and Joel pushed off of the wave. Photic going to be forced out as well. So the wave's going to crash pretty heavily for TES. And Tien is just working the map right now.
This is just after Photic teleported back towards bot side as well. Reminder that Aki decided to leave bot side. He did the reverse clear again, where he kind of went from top side to bot side and then back towards top side. He wasn't there to cover bot side play. Photic, the big thing about Smolder is that you need to be able to queue minions. It's not even just taking them. Losing the minions is obviously awful. There's a chance that he even dies down here as well if he walks up towards the tower. He's being denied farm, being denied stacks, and he's got a hook on his support.
That was actually a pretty good timing from Joel, even though he'll take so much damage on the back end of it. Photic able to trade back a little bit more. Those concussive blows not going to be connecting just yet. Aki bolting down here to the bot side to try to safety net his bot lane, because this is rough.
That's already kind of too little too late, though. Photic has used his teleport. They've lost a full wave and a half to the tower now as well, and Aki has been outpathed by Tien in the early game. It's not a surprise. Tien has had some really good early paths so far. The bonus of this is that Shanji on the top side has been left alone. Jackalov now caught out with that Q.
Because the blow is going to start stacking up, but they can't get the sustained damage. You just want to get some trades in.
And that'll buy them a bit of breathing room. They stop any more recalls if they can. Maybe they can get themselves another wave of reprieve. Aki can use this time to potentially start up the Dragon as well, knowing that Jackalov and Mako at minimum are going to be under the tower or even just resetting, so no chance of that one being contested from the bot lane side of things. Draw can walk up, so if Tien walks in towards that Dragon, you have to deal with the Braum. Very, very strong early game champion, so you might have a look over, but I don't really think it's going to be a proper contest for Draw in the area.
I do wonder how this kind of works down now as well, with Tien having some very unique pathing early to put some pressure on bot side. But NIP still able to strike first here. Tien gets in there. Oh, not going to get it. Aki secures it. Now Tien is going to get concussively blown there as he does go out of that one. Dragon goes to NIP.
Sixes traded on top side as well. Dominus and World Ender got out just to get themselves some HP trades in lane. Cream flashes over the knockup.
Cream and the connection. That's what you like to see. It's some revenge on his old mid laner for Tien.
There we go. Cream kills the old master of the mid lane from Top Esports and many other teams in the LPL. Rookie. He's had a great split on this Taliyah so far, but the karma of Cream, a champion which, you know, you go back 2 years ago, you would never have said Cream would be the Karma player. It was always going to be the Silas, the Akali, the LeBlanc maybe. He was an assassin player. He has become the Mage Maestro this split. Hwei, Karma, Azir, you name it. He's been going towards them and gets value in the laning phase. Cream showing his own potential growth.
It feels really good to see this guy actually succeed, right? He was a long-time standout on OMG, and for the longest time, he was the carry of that team. The rest of the team slowly building around him, but this guy's entrance into TES did not take much time to find so much deadly precision.
As we get back on to the here and now, Tien has cleared out all three of the grubs towards top side, so a little bit of XP, and of course the pushing power. Senna's going to be able to hit turrets alongside 369. We see this sometimes where we see Senna moving to a top lane matchup, which can be a flippy, using the fact that you are just ranged and the fact that you can get yourself a double tap if you auto into Q onto toggle like this to get yourself those free souls. And now when you've got those
30
buffs,
souls,
you get yourself a decent amount of tower plates here as well. Who's going to be roaming up here to try and stop it? Aki and Fog of War.
he does have an angle here, but Shanji doesn't have a lot of health to work with, doesn't have Dominus yet. Naki feeling a little bit worse for wear to do this. They are bringing up Dwo, though. Maybe that makes a difference if Jackie Love stays here.
Let's see if what's happening with the Weave as well. This could be a big potential play.
There it is. Aki going to go for it, but he can't get the vision. Nice flash from Jackie Love, and NIP, they can't strike.
Oh, the Shrouded Miss is so important for Jackie Love. You're absolutely right. They don't get the vision to point and click. It's one of the biggest reasons why Senna can be really annoying versus even stuff like Nocturne. You just press E and you can't click on the champion. You know where they are, but you can't use your point and click. So, Rookie invests his ultimate. You do get that flash out of Jackie Love, but you don't get the power play. Fight now going to get taken in mid as well, and Top Esports survive what could have been a big turnaround play on the top side of the map to get an IP some gold in hand.
I want to take a look at how these teams play into each other now that we're getting to this kind of little spike where we're getting close to some of those first items, at least on the edge of them. And there's another dragon coming up. TS, they can stay pretty proactive with Tien, but they have a lot of safety in their fight. Where NIP, the bar of execution is definitely pretty high there.
It is, and you can tell that both these junglers really want to just get extra gold to snowball. They've gone both towards the Doran's Blade early on rather than saving gold for an earlier first item completion, because they just know how important these jungle champions are in the first few levels of the game, and the first few fights of the game as well. My eyes are also really going to be on Rookie. He's kind of acted like a second jungler on so many of his teams, even back in his World's win in 2018 on Invictus Gaming. He was the one that was also roaming to plays and being so proactive on the map. On the Taliyah this split, he has returned back to the identity. It's not just Aki going and roaming to make plays. Rookie goes with him as well, with or without his ultimate. Top Esports, though, with that early kill in lane and Cream pushing him in quite well in the laning phase, have stopped Rookie from doing that too early into the game.
They have indeed. I thought it was really interesting in that same interview. He was talking about that, and he's like, I just want to relive that glory once again. After winning in Season 8, he hasn't been able to find that lasting success, and it feels like with this NIP roster, with a lot of glowing successes they've had in the regular split, I feel like maybe there's an opportunity in the postseason for Rookie to really come alive and make his way back.
He has been so good. It has felt like a real return to form from Rookie. For those of you that didn't watch as many of his games in the last year, 2023, I'm not going to say Rookie was bad, but he wasn't Rookie. That's the big distinction. Because we know Rookie is one of the few elite players that can take over a game in any kind of game state. And he's been doing that again in 2024. In a lot of these different games. Now you have to do it against his old team as well. It would mean so much for him if he could walk away with this one. It really feels like NIP, they've had some struggles and some other inconsistencies across other roles. I think Shanji, Aki, Photic, Andro, all of them have had issues in terms of their consistency, some bad performances mixed in with some good. Rookie has been the stalwart. He's been the one that's really been flying the banner throughout all of their games.
He truly has been, and I think it's rightfully so that he's taking the forward foot here. He's going to be big and crucial in this one on the Taliyah. See how that timing comes down. Speaking of timing, Dragon is up, and we see TES around here already.
All right, so Dragon started up. I really don't think you can contest. You've got your bot side on a reset. They're not planning to anyway. We'll have Aki going towards the grubs on the top side. I mean, let's be honest. If you've got a Smolder, you're pretty happy just to give over. Well, you're pretty happy that you've taken one of the first 2 dragons yourself anyway. It's mainly just a problem if you have to fight for an early soul point. Aki does go to all those grubs now on the top side of the map. Yeah, not around, but 369 certainly is to contest and cancels out the Q, which forces the flash.
Wow, that's big. The flash down from Aki. The play isn't there, and maybe even 3 more grubby tubbies going over to TES. It looks like that's going to be the case, and Jackie Love up here to get the souls as well.
That's nice stuff. Actually, that's a very good point. Jackie Love roaming around to get some really good center value. 2 souls from each of them. That's really nice. Yeah, Jackie Love, I think he has been the best center so far in the LPL this year. He's historically been good at this champion too, but he's been very, very good at having good laning presence, good team fight value as well, but also stacking up those souls. Looks like Mako on the Nautilus, who's been an absolute lunatic on this champion as well in some of the games, particularly when he has the extra tankiness afforded by the Senna giving you all the farm. Top Esports now have this bot lane duo separating up and getting value for themselves. And NIP, you have to bail out the top lane who's left under the turret.
Sanji, there ain't no bailout coming, buddy. You're going to have to get out of that one yourself. He does have the dominance, does have the flash, but the multiple mites just being spawned here is huge. Woe has made his way up here. You want to see a little bit more plates going the way of TES. He is going to be here to save the day for Shanji. But as we look back to it, items starting to get completed for Top Esports. Most important, Cream having the Malignants. And my God, can the Karma just do some serious damage now.
This champion is such a burst threat now at this point. Mako teleporting back in, has himself the Hollow Radiance. You can see Photic around. He's got the ultimate still on him. Photic's in trouble.
That's just the little dragon, Mako. Leave him alone.
Sort of Mako was going to go for a last flash hook as it came off a cooldown just now, but he doesn't want to stick around that far. But still, Photic taking out a half HP. You cannot mess with this anchor on the bot side. We've seen these center supports, which have been given so much more gold. They do solo out 80 carries just with the base damage of their abilities. Got to be careful there.
Carry Nautilus, bring it back. Back in the day, I used to jungle not well as Nautilus AP attack speed. Let's bring that back. Yes, actually, Aki is looking for a play onto this mid lane, but Tian is right around the corner. Will be spotted out.
Yeah, Joao in the error as well. He has a decent amount of CC to add into it. Tian,
Tian.
Get out of this. Misses the Q.
No spider senses tingling whatsoever there. Tian just gets completely out of it, and Aki will claim that kill.
Yeah, I think they're tingling now after he's gone right the way into the graveyard. God, there's so much extra damage coming through. They do end up committing the center ult for the extra shield onto him, but it's not enough. Tian goes down, looking for a little bit too much in the bot side. Kill goes over to Aki. That'll allow him to be a bit more brutish in that front line. See that on the top side as well. Shanji doing quite well in this matchup versus 369, but I don't think it's about the individual matchup here, really. It's more about how they perform in team fights later. Ult's just shown as a show of force on the top side, dissuading from trading.
Both are going to take some heavy trades. Mother is called, as now re-engaged from Mako, actually. Jackie Love doing some serious damage into Chuo here. Now another shot into Photic. My God, these souls are really starting to help, as he's got the rage there to potentially take down Photic. They are just going to be able to crash another wave into the turret.
Great recognition midway through the trade there from Jackie Love, realizing, look, I'm not going to get a kill if I just hit the one target. He's going to switch over to the other target to make sure I get extra souls. Shanji now alone in a 1v3.
Ooh, 369 tries to get the flash Q play, but Cream has made his way here. Malignance is ticking as well. And the auto attack is what kills him. Jackie Love gets taken down in bot side, though. Stayed as well as a double kill.
Okay, so 1v3 in the top side, takes down Shanji, and with the 6 grubs, you're going to take the full turret as well. It's going to be nice extra gold into the side of 369. He's going to afford his Profane Hydra now. I've been recently mixing it up with Propane Hydra. I'm not really sure how a Hydrocarbon blade would work like that. Either way, that's a thing for another side. But we did have the 2v3 on bot side, and that's extra gold into Photic, which is particularly important. And even without the grubs, NIP are going to be able to even up the tower trade. I think just at the end of this wave, might get a bit close. They might have to stay and take the tower shots, but NIP at least getting some gold on the bot side of the map.
I think it's so impressive for Top Esports, and I know our audience doesn't get to see them, but we just had a graphic flash up on our screen. Top Esports in Spring Split have a 100% win rate when they get first kill.
Yeah.
which
Yeah,
is
and
insane.
The thing is, I believe Top Esports still have their 100% win rate at 15 minutes as well if they have a lead. If they have a lead at 15 minutes, they just run away with it. The thing with Top Esports is that they don't always make the explosive early game play that early. It's not like they crush you right from the start of the game. But the way that Top Esports has been for a little while now, particularly in this iteration, is you give up one big play and then the game falls apart with it. Top Esports have themselves a slight lead now. I'm looking to see if they can capitalize on it. Dragon can be taken from Top Esports. NIP, again, after taking that first Dragon, very happy to just sit, get gold on the Smolder and the rest of the team comp, slow the game down so they can get themselves stuff like the Seraph's completion, even on Rookie, before they really want to fight for later Dragons.
Again, though, like, I just really love the Karma answer into Smolder as a whole, right? Like, it is going to be a conversation of who can kind of offset who in those regards, and Photic will have a lot of strength there, but I've seen so much recently that Smolder is just taken out of fights so early because of Karma's poke, and Cream has been doing that already in this game.
And Cream, again, it is worth just saying, this guy has evolved so much as a player, even in just this short split as well. I say short split, it's a long split in the LPL.
It's a long split.
It's just the one split. 369, we can 2v1 in the top side.
Gonna try to dubstep Q his way out of this one. He does get the Dawning
There's
Shadow
Mako.
across. So he's gotten a Q3 there as well. Mako's here. He gets the depth charge there, and another Q sweet spot will do it. They're gonna find some nice engage on Ashanti, and there's a reset for 369. Look at all that healing from the Sundered Sky, and Jackie Love's even here to pay him a couple souls. 369. Don't stand up to this man.
And Rookie has just not been able to match the globals of the triple teleport on these side lanes just yet. You normally expect it from that Taliyah as he almost gets that shove in mid lane. NIP, they need this Taliyah to get active because they are losing against the teleports. Jackie Love walking to mid lane now.
Jackie Love is the one with the flank there, but it's a pulling the call off. I feel like it's maybe rightfully so, but NIP are reeling now, and TS up to about a 4,000 gold lead.
So, that gold lead, or is it nucleated on? You have, of course, a lot coming up towards 369 now with tower plates and the kills towards top side. He's got himself that first item, which is so deadly. That Profane Hydra. God damn, I'm gonna get that wrong all the
Are
time.
you king of the hill or what?
I don't know, man.
Killed?
It's been a hard time, but it's even harder time for NIP. Shanji and Aki, we know this duo has done so much work together over their LPL careers. They're going into 369 on such a tear, this split in top lane. So it's so difficult outplaying him on these bruiser-like champions, and the stuff that he really starts to carry on really just uses the globals well to come to his aid.
And I love that play decision making from TES, right? Like 369 feeling pretty confident in that matchup, and he actually didn't even have the Sundered Sky. He just had a lot of healing from that Profane Hydra, as well as just the innate healing of the Aatrox. And now we see it in a situation where he can have a lot of backline access. It becomes a lot more difficult for NIP to even find safety in a lot of these fights. And we're already on second item for Cream. Here comes the TP play, NIP trying to catch out 369. They do end up taking down the Beast, but what has it wrought and what will it cost? Jackie Love is there, but he gets the concussive blows used onto him. Here comes Mako over the wall. Tien going for a kick, potentially. Gets stopped by the Glacial Fissure. Nice CC chain, and here comes Mummy. As now NIP moving into top esports. Shanji getting taken down by Cream, but it doesn't matter because the carries for NIP are still alive. Nice flash out there. Mako will save his life with that one. Photic gets shot in the back by the Dawning Shadow. Here comes the engage for Mako, and we ain't stopping just yet. Aki's going in now too, but the calming of the storm comes alive, and Jackie Love's left to pick up the souls.
Holy moly, fights just last so long in this current meta if you let them. NIP finally get their mid lane to the play, and Rookie starts comboing up, even without Smolder there. They get themselves a really good intro into this fight. 369 has been such a powerhouse early on. Lots of items built up from 2 in terms of this point in the game. Does not get to use many of them. Great CC chain. Renekton, Vi, Taliyah combo to end it off. Suddenly 369 can't be that god of war in the bot lane in this fight. Jackie Love pops that ghost, and he's really starting to pop up some extra damage too. We're starting to see the extra value of the Karma and the Senna. Extra healing, so nice. But even with that, they can't save from the combos of Taliyah.
Dude, Cream weaved that Madra Q into 3 members right there. That's insane. This guy's damage is going to be off the charts for this game. But as that dust does settle, it is still a lead, about 3,000 gold for top esports. But we started to see some of the compositional strength of NIP.
That was without, a late game fire cannon on the Smolder. That's without a lot of different things. And because our top esports, if they take a fight front to back, I don't think they win this game. Now, it's hard getting through the Braum. It's hard even getting through the Renekton at points too. Particularly once they get up to multiple items, it feels like you're going up against Rookie and Photic. They will win the front to back. You need to get behind them somehow, some way. You can start with this map pressure, good presence in terms of vision on the bottom side of the map, but this cannot end here. They have a good gold lead, but they need to just shunt NIP out of the game.
JackeyLove has hit his first soul break point. He's at 85 souls now as well. We'll check on the smolder stacks as soon as we can, but Top Esports utilizing some of their strength now and those 6 grubs to help out in the push right before the dragon.
369 now has himself an Edge of Night as well. That's kind of important. It means that he can't just get immediately comboed by Shanji. He has to take that off in another way, and after, have to commit a smite to break the spell shield if he wants to lock him up on the flank as well. So, powerful items for 369. No vision from NIP. Shanji has a teleport, but nowhere to use it. Has himself an ultimate and draws Corp. Face check.
Already gonna pop his shield there, and Top Esports easily take that one. They'll take the engage there, and NIP forced off of the dragon. This will be 3rd dragon in a row for Top Esports.
So if this was a situation where NIP had given up the first dragon of the game, they would have to fight for survival right here. Cloud Dragon is really important for someone like the Aatrox to make sure you can get those flanks. The extra move speed, and then once you pop your ultimate, the extra move speed on top of that, very, very powerful. Shanji just uses E. He's probably going to have to flash, and he does so.
Oh, he might still die here, though, as Cream is doing so much work. It's going to be 369 that claims the first one. He's dodged out the seismic shove as well. Trying to go for some Q sweet spots on a Rookie. Mako's here as well in a minion wave, perfectly timed. Top Esports crash. Mother is going to clear that one, and a nice seismic shove on a Mako as Anchor goes a little bit wide there. Photic getting flashed on, does end up burning his flash out of there. Glacial Fissure is going to be utilized, and these fights are hectic.
They are, but NIP can't afford to make these kinds of mistakes. They are not fighting for the dragons because they're not ready to team fight yet. So if you're making mistakes which buy you into a fight kind of against your will, that goes against your game plan, heavily so. So Top Esports going to keep up vision control in the bot side of the jungle, take themselves another turret. They shred down this mid lane inner one as well. That'll take a stiff breeze to finish off. And NIP need to be more careful about playing close to Fog of War. Shanji uses both sides of Z. Didn't realistically need to do that. You're killing a Gromp. Yes, you want to kill it quickly, but that feels like it's kind of greedy on that sense. As we said, the Edge of Night makes it really hard to get big value out of your first skill from that Renekton onto the Aatrox. So 369 pounces, gets that kill.
We see the reason why they bring us back to live is Mr. Photic has reached Elder Dragon status. He is at 225, so NIP, they have a little bit of breathing room now. They're not on that 3rd item for him just yet, but they're getting close.
So, they are going to have themselves at least one good team. Oh, Aki, dude, you can't make those kind of mistakes, just like Shanji did on the other side. Throws up the thumbs up, but that one's not a happy one, I don't think. Blowing that flash means it's much harder to get onto the targets that you really want to, or engage and then flash back into your team. Now, Rookie's caught.
Cream! I love that, man! He sees Rookie, he flashes, and he sets up the kill for his team.
Folks, Cream has been the better mid laner in Game 1 here today against Top Esports' old mid laner of Rookie, the old god of the mid lane for the LPL. With so many mistakes back-to-back, Top Esports open up towards the Baron. Item completed by Shanji, who's teleported in, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to get themselves a fight.
You gotta watch how much poke can come out Top Esports. They're getting a little bit chunked by the Baron. It's about half health now. Cream's gonna start throwing his Qs into the pit here, as Photic still has an angle, has Mom available too. Mako's gonna go over the Crescent at least. Can't find the engage either there. Mom's already utilized, and now they're just gonna catch out Zwo, who's gonna have to burn the flash. Shanji is on the other side. He wants to go in for the fight. He got the W. He's got the CC. Dawning Shadow coming across. Mako's on the other side of the wall, as now everything's starting to fall apart. NIP can fight. Rookie is here. He's got a big combo. And NIP, they actually chunk and utilize Photic so well that they take out 3 members of NIP.
Top Esports don't commit to the flip. They want the fight and they lose. It's a Baron flip for them all the same. It's going to go to the side of NIP. What a blunder in the late game from Top Esports. This will allow a lot more gold to go into the pockets of the Taliyah, and particularly that Smolder is going to buy NIP another lease on life. They'll have another shot around the Dragon coming up in a minute and a half, but not before we have some resets coming through, some gold being spent. And the big thing here is that Photic zoned out in the initial part of this, but using that flap get himself into a really good position in the backline. They can't get the combo onto it. Tien doesn't have enough mobility. And as soon as you miss this first play onto Photic, you've bought enough time for Rookie to get into the fight as well. By the time this has come through, you don't have enough cooldowns, you don't have the positioning, you don't have the health bars.
You really don't, and I think it's finally a moment for Rookie to kind of step into his own shoes here and step up to the plate, because we've been looking for it this entire game, and finally he's able to get an angle. But now NIP, they need to consistently find that. You hit 100 stacks now on Jackie Love, and that's going to be big. We have a Dragon in sub a minute.
The problem is, in the LPL at least, Senna versus Smolder has gone one way. You front to back and the Smolder wins because he just burns down your front line too quickly. In other regions, the Senna's done pretty okay into the Smolder, just hasn't really been consistent here in the LPL this game though. You have the Karma, which helps a lot, but you're still doing that front line into front line. You have to get that Mantra Q through the front line somehow onto that Smolder. And if you're doing that, you're in range of the Vi, you're in range of the Renekton potentially too. That's very, very dangerous at this point. NIP going to get themselves a push in mid and in bot lane, get themselves the bot lane in a turret, to fall back towards that Dragon most likely to stop Top Esports from getting themselves an easy solve.
And NIP, they are cutting this lead down. They are almost even now, and with this crash in the inhib turret and bot side, it actually will just even that one up here. About 500 gold separates them now.
Tien on vision, but behind the enemy team. Mantra Q, they're going for the fight. Tien's not here.
Mantra Q is so big. Oh my god! Oh my god! NIP, what are you gonna do when Top Esports comes for you? Tien has a flank. Cream is cutting them one by one. And Top Esports, they kill everybody. There's not gonna be a single soul left. And that little dragon will flap, flap, flap his way to a death.
NIP overstay on their push, and they are not content with a Dragon Soul. They want the Nexus. Top Esports, they slip up around the Baron. They've been known to do that in their history once or twice, but they will march down the mid lane after a cataclysmic teamfight mistake from NIP. Hero plays from Cream and Jackie Love.
An incredible series of decisions from Top Esports. Even though they had lost that last fight, taking a fight into a Smolder, they turn around that decision making. They immediately triple TP to mid lane, and they will holistically control this game number one. NIP thought they had a chance, but they'll have to come back for that chance in game number two as the Nexus falls. Top Esports go up 1-0.
Top Esports put a couple of questions into the air after that Baron fumble. Felt like the early game was pretty stable from them. Managed to keep that Smolder from being a big part of the game. They kept the Talir from being a big part of that game as well. That Baron made things a lot more questionable than it needed to, though. However, really, eyes on Cream. That Karma, one of the most impactful Karmas I have seen.
Yeah, it's actually incredible. We'll actually go ahead and bring up the MVP here as well. Cream does end up grabbing it. 34% damage done on the Karma, and what a breath of life for this guy. Not only in the flexibility of his champ play, but the way he was weaving those Mantra Qs into the backline.
Started off by getting a kill onto Rookie in lane, then continued off into massive Mantra Qs in the big moments, and at the end, the 3-man Mantra Qs at multiple points, particularly that last fight with Senna as well, comboing into it. Massive, massive damage to bail out Top Esports Baron Flood.
Well, I'm hoping for a 6-game night to end our night and to end our regular season. We'll see if NIP can bounce back after that one, or if Top Esports close the door on this spring split. We'll be back after a short break.
My king, how was I supposed to know? Everyone will falter when you die. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thorn mail will help us prevent our life. Our deadliest fate we embrace. Yeah, my son, smite them all.
Welcome back, everyone. We're jumping straight into game number 2 between NIP and Top Esports, our final series of the Spring Split regular season here in the LPL. Top Esports handled game number 1, even though they had a couple little slip-ups. But we're going into game 2 with much the same feelings, but a little bit of a swap sides here. NIP on the blue side, they'll still grab that Smolder.
Okay.
They'll have the Hui and the Nautilus. We already have Top Esports with the Ornn, Xin Zhao, and the Renekton and the Karma.
So that means Senna's coming in last pick, almost certainly, so NIP know what the top... Well, basically, I think what they wanted to say is, like Shanji, there's a non-zero chance you pick the Ornn. We'll pick the Ornn first, just in case if you had that as a top lane tank counter pick. We'll lock that in for a inevitable Senna duo. So Shanji now has to think towards another tanky champion he wants to play to zone off his frontliners. And we get ourselves what is very likely a tank Rek'Sai top lane. So if you don't know what this does, Rek'Sai has been changed to a champion that regens an awful lot from the rage when you're borrowed. Arky potentially looking towards a carry champion towards the jungle now. But the thing is, with the Rek'Sai, you're much less of an assassin, but you are so obnoxious to get through in the front line. With the Jax locked in, that's likely going into the jungle to be a counter to the Xin Zhao as well.
I love it. Also, a little bit of sneak peek. That is the first top lane Rek'Sai in the LPL. And, you know, Shanji was a big connoisseur of the Shyvana last year, which ran rampant around the leagues. Maybe learning a little bit from Broken Blade over in Europe here. But a composition that fits a little bit of the same style as NIP had in game number 1. Fota getting a little bit of love there. But Top Esports, they are looking mighty with a very similar composition as well.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, top esports have backline access. They have the center and the Ornal, so like these orbital railguns flying through the team. And there's no Braum shield this time from Draw to block out something like a Sentinel or the Ornal to if you face it backwards as well. That can happen, and it's a big pick into those two picks. So you need to be careful now as the backline. Largely immobile, quite squishy as well. You can get yourself a Seraphs or something onto the Hwei, but it doesn't keep you alive that long. So big, important work to be done by the front line of the Jax, using the counter-strike with that Rek'Sai, using the Burrow as well. As soon as you hit 2 items in that Spirit Visage, you're healing like 900 HP with a full bar of Rage. Is that going to be enough, though? They couldn't see themselves through what seems to be a winning late-game scenario after that Baron in game number 1. They'll have to do better in game 2.
Karma already got an MVP for Cream in game number 1. We'll see if he can do it again in game number 2. But we also have to remember the stakes of this series and why this is even more pressure for NIP. A win by either team literally gets them an extra week of bye, right? This would be a second place finish, topping JDG if Top Esports can win this one. If NIP bring this back in a reverse sweep, it is a 4th place finish for them and another week of bye available. We're getting onto the Rift and we're hearing the roars of Shujo once again, or Shenzhen rather, as now we get into it. It's a game 2 of utmost importance for NIP. Wow. Comparatively to the first series, very different.
Yeah, they are very much alive and awake, and NIP, they know how important this series is to them.
The people weren't alive at the
Oh, you know what I mean. They go potentially. The thing about this order is that you can sometimes just start the E and look towards the wall knockup as well if people are in a bad spot. So you have to be very careful into Ornn level 1. Very good level 1 CC. You choose to stand poorly against him. Senna Ornn can be fine in the laning phase versus the Nautilus and the Smolder as well. It really does feel like Senna has become a more lane-dominant champion than she has been in points in the past. And Champion's going to walk into 369. You don't win the straight-up trades. You really need level 2 to get towards... Actually, no, he's gone towards the Burrow level 1, so that's going to be different here. But look how much health you get from this. It's 20 HP per stick. Now, a health potion is, what, 150 HP over about, what, 10 seconds or so? Now, if you get a full stack of Rage for the Rek'Sai, you end up getting about 110 HP or something like that through the entirety of it. You basically, with a full Rage pop, get a health potion every time you burrow with full Rage. It's not fair. Gazelle, it's not fair.
Well, I would say that 369 wasn't very fair in that last game. There was a lot of times where he just got away with things.
Like,
that,
how do you lane against this? 369 on the blind pick Redexon of LPL, which has been dominating lanes, walks up to the Rek'Sai, and he just walks underground and just says, well, I'm full health again.
Is this finally the answer we've been looking for? JackeyLove maybe looking for another answer here, as he will end up burning his heal away.
So heal for Ignite on bot side as well. We can, I can bold about this Rek'Sai all I want, but honestly, this game will eventually become about these bot laners. I mean, the Ornn can be backline access. Shanji's looking to buy some time so that Smolder can do the lion's share of work as well. See that the Jungle Jack
Dragon's share of work, Nightmare.
We could definitely work with that one. Arky, stat around in this bot side. One more hook and a flash from Arky could lead to an early play. JackeyLove and Mako, they have pushed the wave a little too far.
Ooh, they actually don't get the A-game, but it ends up working out in their favor anyways. JackeyLove burns his flash.
Oh, but so does Aki. Aki doesn't manage to get himself a clean play, but he walks back into the hook!
JackeyLove, what are you doing?
The hook hits the wall. If Nautilus hook hits the wall, it goes on half cooldown. JackeyLove completely disrespects that and goes down, despite having such an imperious game 1 on the setup. Same can't be said here in the 2v3. And now with the Hex Flash out of the bush, maybe Mako's going to be in trouble
Oh,
soon.
no. Little things going wide for Top Esports bot side here so far. And that is going to be a much different start than I feel like Photic had in that first game on Smolder.
Also, it's going to be a bit of a different start in this mid lane as well. We've got that Hwei which outranges the Karma and can do some good work in that bot side. Go back towards here though. Tries to predict the flash. Instead hits the wall. Still gets the passive auto. He can't quite get himself to CC. Already hit the W. Can't really get himself into range quickly enough. But then because it hits the wall, goes on half cooldown. JackeyLove walks up and dies.
I mean, that's honestly, it's plain as day. That was the difference maker. Just not realizing the cooldown was so short. He was still wanting to get a lot of trades off there. Now TN coming to put a band-aid on the bot side here, and maybe even find a little bit more than a band-aid. They actually get the 3-talent strike on the Zhuo as Photic did burn his flash.
So Photic can go back. He can teleport back to lane, so he can go regen, buy himself something Get back out onto the map. How safe would he be if that happened, though? Mako does have flash. He could potentially go for a flash knockup under the tower if they went towards it. But with Aki on the bot side of the map, they don't want to stick around. Should be safe for now. Top Esports, they get themselves a flash out of the bot lane, and that's about it.
Unfortunately, I see a black screen right now. But
So do I.
no, hopefully that changes. And we're back in it. Seems like we're going to have a little bit of issues here. But as we get to it now,
You know what it was? It's POV of borrowed Rek'Sai. There we go. That's it.
That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. I like that. I like that.
Everything
I was
makes sense.
thinking maybe Nocturne was sitting backstage being sad that he didn't get played, so he just wanted to turn off the lights. We go very different directions with that.
That one goes above ground, one goes very much subterranean. Shanji, again, he's going to be losing out in some of the CS because 369 just has better wave push at this point in the game as well. You can also see one of the big things that can happen from this Rek'Sai is you just get to put these tunnels down in lane. You have to clear them well. And you think this is a bad trade? No. Again,
Nope.
You just keep healing back up again and again. Doran Shield, Second Wind. Yourself maybe revitalize with extra healing as well. You go into a Spirit Visage later. This will continue to increase. 369 with the early wave push though. Will allow Tian go towards the grubs. Aki contesting.
And Aki has a pretty good contest here. They will end up splitting them 1-for-1 so far.
369
Here
hit
comes
first,
the
that's
collapse.
level
Ooh,
6.
Cream burns the flash there. Rookie gonna be chased down now as he will end up burning his own flash. So double flashes for mid laners. He did end up with Top Esports with 2-to-1 grubs in that fashion.
Okay, so it's one grub away, which is good, and also means that Aki gets himself the double XP off the first grub taken as well. That can be important in a matchup where actually both of these champions can do an awful lot of work. We see that Mako burned the flash. Just the replay of how that happened. It's honestly good laning from Photic and Joel. They've done well on the spot side so far. It's worked out pretty well for them. And potentially that means that Photic, because he's hitting so many champions, can get himself more stacks as well. Of course, the same applies for Jackie-Love. He'll also get himself more stacks. Both of these champions can get some bonus from combat. We'll see who really gets favored in that trade. Last game, it really did feel like Photic could have taken over. But then he just about messed up the team fights late game.
And Jackie-Love last game was able to get around the map because they had so much freedom for Top Esports with the early combinations they were able to find. This time, he wasn't there for the first grubbies. He will be here to at least collapse over to the Dragon, but that is another big difference that is keeping NIP in a much more advantageous position.
So, Top Esports, first Dragon down, as you just said that, it's going to be Cloud. We'll see which Rift it's going to be a little later. So this time NIP don't get themselves first Dragon for the Smolder comp. And they can't just give up 3 back-to-back knowing that the Soul will come at a time where they can actually fight it with 3 items and 2/2/5 stacks on the Smolder. You need to be careful of that timer. They'd like to get 1 away in this early game if at all possible, but it's kind of hard if you don't have the items ready to fight it.
God, this is annoying. She's just healing in lane. He's healing outside of lane. Yeah. And gets so much. And the biggest conversation then becomes, because I want to be a little bit more introspective about it, is what impact you have later on, right? You definitely have backline access. That's huge. You are going to get poked down to all hell, though. And 369 will have a lot of point-and-click moments when he can flash, get a CC lockdown, and set up Top Esports.
Yeah, it really is going to have to be some pretty good team fighting from NIP's front line one way or another. Of course, you've got the Counter-Strike and you've got the Grandmaster's Might from Aki, which can help you be tanky, but it will be tanky enough. You're not a full tank. You really need to get yourself a lot of gold in pocket to get 2-3 items, Triforce, Thunder Sky, and then something like a Koenig Rooken and the Frozen Heart can be very, very valuable. But how realistic is it going to be at that item mark at the fights in the game that it actually matters for? Same for Shanji. He's going to be tanky earlier into the game. Typically, it has been Sunfire Cape into the Spirit Visage. 2 items is enough for the Rek'Sai to just be very hard to remove from the front line. But still, while all this is happening, you're probably going to be losing out on the early damage against Top Esports, particularly with that Karma 1-item spike and Senna spiking so much earlier than the Smolder.
Aki going to spot out Tien on his side of the jungle. Actually going to wrap around for this top side gank here, trying to bait out 369 if possible. They are getting a lot of top lane priority here, but here comes mid lane priority for Mako. Going to go on to Rookie there, but ends up having to burn the ulti there instead, and nothing else going to come of it.
He's going to get spotted on top side as well. Grub spawning in a minute. And used that, and Happy would like to get 1 of them. Stop that Might buff being activated by Top Esports. Shanji contesting for now, and he's set up his own public transport system. of the Rek'Sai subway, and we're going to flash in towards mid lane.
Big flash on a Jackie Love here as well. They don't end up... Oh! That's a lot of early game damage from the Spiraling Despair. And now Shanji with the Void Rush goes on to 369. He's healing a lot, though, and now Tien comes in. He's going to have the 3-Talon Strike going, but he doesn't want to push forward because the rest of NIP are collapsing. But so is Cream. He has the first angle, but he didn't realize that he's just getting pounced on here and gets taken out by Aki. Shanji's going to survive as well, and Top Esports are left wanting.
The top 2v2 doesn't go that cleanly for NIP, but the rest of the map does. 3 kills in the early game on Grub spawn, so NIP can get themselves all of them. I think so. I don't think Tien will stick around for contest on this one. Aki's kind of low. Maybe 369 could have walked out with Jackie Love to contest him. Actually, he needs to be a little bit careful here. He's low enough HP that he can't take all of them. He does take at least one, though, to make sure he gets the XP from the first one and stops potential mites coming in from Top Esports as well. Good goal in hand from NIP. We said that they needed some of that to make sure they can overcome some of the early game first item spikes from Top Esports. We're going to go back to look at this top side 2v2. We saw what happened to Jackie Love on the other side of this, but this top 2v2 happened earlier. See that Aki and Shanji, they try and just switch sides of the wall with their ultimates and their flashes to get onto the right target, but they just don't quite have the damage. They're very lucky they have the same power of that Rek'Sai passive again with the Burrow to keep him topped up to get back onto Cream, who walks over Vision, and the one fight in mid lane leads to a one fight in top side.
Oh, I love the little vision play there by Shuo and Rookie. They just hold on to it knowing that they had vision of the Pixel Brush. As NIP out to an early lead, and I love to see that. A little bit of fight back after that rough game number 1.
Particularly Rookie getting extra gold as well on a Hui against a lot of champions which can really do a lot of work against. If you manage to hit that Spiraling Despair through the team fight, feels like Top Esports, even just the slow being hit is going to be a really big factor for them. Shanji's now
that's like an Omega deep proxy.
I mean, he's got the public transport system. He's going to have to use that to get out there. I think he's gone too far. Hit
Shanji, oh no. That public transport's not working today. Although he might find an alternate route, he does end up getting the Queen's Wrath knock up there as well, but it's not going to matter. Cream's going to lock him down here. One more Q, and Cream gets his kill.
You have to wait for people to show on the map before you pull that kind of shenanigans. Shanji has always been a proxy farmer. He said Alcasante. It just kind of feels like Top Esports just look at this guy towards the rest like, okay, fine.
He was giggling so much when he died. I'll give him that. He's keeping the smile on his face.
Well, if you don't laugh, you'll cry, so the saying goes.
What do you say to your team when you look up that when your team looks up that way and you're like underneath their inhib turret while the outer turret's still there? You're like,
I think it's my bad, and you move on to the next play. Mako now left alone on bot side. He's pretty tanky though. Jackie Love not. If he walks into Fog of War, he could be in potential danger. That's why Tien's there to bodyguard him towards lane. NIP trying to play around that Fog of War, but they're walking over too much vision to make good use of it.
We're still waiting on the play. Moving on to the next play here as we go on to the Dragon. Number 2 for Top Esports. We'll see if NIP want to actually contest it. Looks like Aki is right around the pit here. They are moving down 369 though. TP coming in from Shanji.
Deep teleport. So this is the bonus which they had from playing on top Fog of War. They don't see Shanji just yet, and he can get into the back line.
He does end up getting the triple knock up there. That's really big. Here comes Mob across 2 to get some decent damage. Jackie Love is already gone by Rookie. 369 getting locked down by the Spiraling Despair, but it's Top Esports who want the fight. And a quick twirl of the wrist, and it's a double for the Niner man as they move into NIP. Rookie, you have no hope. Dawning Shadow coming across, get the assist for Jackie Love, and that's a snipe from Cream.
It's all in the flick of the wrist, so the Crocodile swings around and takes down the enemies around him. Top Esports, they started off with a great entry into that fight. You think with Jackie Love dead, it would have been a bit of an easy way to get through it with the extra damage off the board from Top Esports, but they can't capitalize yet again. Top Esports just showing that they're a better team fighting team on the whole than NIP, and they have been in this series for the most part. Starts with Draw, trying to hook just to get in range for his ultimate, but he can't quite combo up in the correct way. You can just see that, Jackie Love goes down real quick, but 369 gets a free path into the backline while this is happening. 369 on the Renekton, showing again why this guy has been the best top laner, by and large, in the LPL in 2024. He's moved away from playing utility, he's gone way more towards doing damage in those damn team fights. He's doing a heck of a lot of work with that. He just runs forward and makes the difference.
That welcome home to Top Esports is going to be one that they are very happy about for 369. He has had an incredible split. Meanwhile, just consistently cementing himself as one of the best top laners in our league. And he's been a consistent force for Top Esports to play around. And on this Renekton, he utilizes the strengths well. And though Shanji tried to pick a pick into it, we still see that this blind pickable Renekton is untouched.
Yeah, top lane counter picks have largely been hit and miss. Haven't really been consistent. We had that Quinn, which I don't even think did well in the individual matchup. Later on,
It's
it
like
did.
1 in
easy.
5.
Yeah,
But that's the way you
lot.
do as a Quinn, right? You trade your life.
No, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be, but it happened anyway. You know what? If it makes you sleep better at night, I'll let you believe that one. But either way, Top Esports going to get themselves towards this Herald. A couple of the last grubs actually were not taken from that second set of spawns, just the first one of that. Now we have NIP walking through Vision to get towards that Herald spawn, so they're not really going to stick around. The big bonus of that last plate for NIP, despite losing the fight, is that they did get the Dragon. It's not going to be an early Soul, it's a Hextech Soul, you've got to be careful of it, and they're fighting again anyway, though.
Oh, yeah, we are. Mother isn't going to make the difference. Tien is going into his death. Now 369 with the Spiraling Despair on top of him will just burst down. And a kill goes back over to NIP. They pick up a couple, and that is big.
That is big because the whole point about getting that Dragon is that you don't have to fight if you don't want to. They do find themselves a good fight, they get themselves some more gold in pocket, and you can really see how well Rookie and Shanji are playing at being peel machines in these team fights, getting disruption in the front line, but then also continuing that through the fight. Starts with Shanji on Vision, still finding his way onto the back line. Jackal flashes out, so he's not safe to walk that far forward, but just look at how much work Rookie does here as well. Throws the ultimate onto 369 for the slow, and it's so hard once you get that Renekton slowed for him to actually have a big value. NIP walk away with 2 kills from that one, an important gold.
You do indeed, and I think now that we see actually some of the strengths that we represented a little bit of for TES in that first game, but now coming into a second game for NIP where they're really coming alive, it feels like. This Smolder is still the biggest issue, and I feel like worry for TES on the Rift.
Definitely is, but right now, one item with Seraph's very, very strong on the way as well. You can't really overlook that. Photic is flying over and just putting himself into position. Dragon up in a minute 20. Top Esports taking the Scuttle Crab just before that spawn as well. Hui farming up on that top side. See that 369 really, really strong on the top side. Has a Spirit Shojin alongside the Black Cleaver. Is tanky, very good at kind of keeping himself in the team fight with the extra amount of HP built up compared to something like the Eclipse. We do have that. Oh, wow, it ran into the Awnspire. It ran into the Awnspire. The charge was cancelled.
That's huge, actually, and it will deny the turret going down as well.
Oh, that's
Top
huge.
Esports rebuffed.
I have not seen that before, but it makes a lot of sense. And suddenly you think of, let's get the Nivea Ornn compositions to stop Herald getting value. Shanji, there is no wall between him and the enemy. There's a good chance he goes down here. Teleport as well, 1v4.
Oh,
He's getting
wow.
towards the public transport, though. Hops on the subway, gets out alive.
They do end up taking the turret in bot side, so it'll be 2 turrets for Top Esports so far. As they move in with a small lead, they're onto a tier 2 here, while NIP are on the other side of the map trying to get a trade.
So it's going to be 2 turrets for 1. NIP not getting anyone to respond down here. There is even grub buffs, but 4 people sticking around in the bot side. 369, he has teleport. He can go back to base and teleport should anything come through here. But still, Top Esports walking away, better tower trade. But all the same, NIP getting themselves some more position on the map, which you may be questioning in a Smolder comp, should they be given that? It's only 2k down at 17.5 minutes, which, you know, in another game, you'd say that's pretty bad. But when you look at this composition with the Hui, who's got a lot of gold, the Smolder who's stacking up fine as well, get a little bit worried. NIP, again, they've already got 1 Dragon. They don't need to fight for every single one of these. They can give up another one after this if they want to as well. And then Top Esports, their real option is to look towards the Baron, but they're also on red side, so fighting Baron as a red side team is even harder anyway. NIP are not in a bad spot here.
They are not, and they're on second item for Photic as well, which is really big. Obviously waiting for that rapid fire to be a little bit more safe, but they are okay in this type of situation. I feel like last game they were very far down in these early moments, and it made it a lot more difficult for them to execute their composition. But now they actually have something to stand upon, and it comes off the back of a pretty decent early game from Aki and Rookie.
So Photic's on about 10 stacks a minute right now, going towards 190 just before we hit 19 minutes. JackAllov is on a lot less stacks. Last I saw, he was on 55, so he's not up to... I think at 20 minutes he was around about 80-ish last game. So he's going to be behind that mark. So the stacking value also going in favor of NIP. Folks, we could be in for a much closer game than even the last one in this case. Feels like NIP getting themselves to an important point. Getting themselves to second item on Rookie soon as well. Once he completes what I assume to be a Crypt Bloom, he'll be really ready to fire off into the front line too. NIP, they just want to force a good front to back. Top Esports, they need to get on top of those carries, but they don't have the flanking Aatrox this time. They have themselves an Ornal, a Centerol, and a Dream, but that might not be enough.
Yeah, I think that might be something to think about a little bit more as well, because I think now that we've gotten to this shade of the game for these two squads, it does bring in some of those machinations of before, especially for NIP, where we've seen them struggle. I want to see them close out a composition like this where they aren't behind and they actually have a win condition with Photic, where last game he just wasn't able to get online.
And I don't even think it was Photic's fault. You know, the whole team fight fell apart from him. He was doing damage in the team fights, and the team just died around him. Couldn't get himself into position to do everything. Now, NIP, how much realistically are you willing to fight for here? This is just a red buff. They don't want to go too far. Yes, it is a win for Top Esports, taking stuff out of the enemy jungle. It's not going to be absolutely everything. They take away the red buff just before the 20-minute mark as well. So no global red buff for them, but also no global red buff for NIP if they were to take it a little later in. These buffs can be very, very important. Photic wave clearing once more. And we are left with Top Esports, probably looking to bait around Baron. But as we said, quite hard to play that as a red side team because you have to be pinned against the back of the pit, and against a Hwei, and against a Smolder. That's not fun.
It's definitely not. It's not. I don't think you would sign yourself up for that one.
No, I would quite like to not be away from the Angry Dragon and the painter with holding a gap.
I don't
really
know if you're going to be able to get away
time.
from him, though, because he's real close to 225.
Yeah, that's going to be the problem. We'll deal with that. You know what? We'll cross that bridge when it comes to it.
That bridge is like right here, Nightmare. It's like right in front of us.
And I'm going to just slowly micromillimeter our way towards that one too. As Top Esports, they want to make this game not about the Smolder, if it's all possible now. They'd love to pull NIP across the map. They've tried multiple times now to use teleports. They've used triple teleports in both games so far to try and split the map a little more. Try and stop NIP from just true front backing.
And it's just funny, we have the 6 TPs now as a response to that. It's like, just take more TPs. We're going to see what makes the difference here. But I know we're getting close to second items for Aki and Tien, I'm sure. And I think that's going to provide them with a little bit more confidence to move forward in some of these plays. But we have about 1 minute and 30 seconds for another Dragon. Would be a sole point for TES.
Would be, again, NIP, they shouldn't feel forced to take this. They do really care about Baron. They care about losing turrets like this if at all possible. This one should go down. Top Esports, though.
They can't get it again.
We just saw, of course, the execute come online for Photic. 230 stacks after that wave, very importantly. Rookie did go for the Crypt Bloom. He wants just full frontline damage. It's the Void Staff, which means that he can do more damage to stuff like Mako on that Ornn support. Comes in a little later in terms of those items coming through as well, but that will be a factor a little later on. Rookie, how much damage can he do before that hyper tank really starts to be a problem for champions like really this Jax on the Rex side?
God, it's starting to get a little scary thinking of how big Photic is going to be in these next fights. You have a Dragon, you're going to be forced to fight around. Cream actually chunking out Shanji, but he can heal so much. And I think a big ticket item here is those long distance engages from Top Esports onto Photic.
They are, but the thing is with those long distance engages is the more I think about it, they're still going to be from in front of the enemy team. You're not flanking with the Ornn, you're not flanking with the Renekton all the time either. You can do, and actually you probably should in this composition. We haven't really seen it being that impactful in this game, but it needs to be not through the front line. If they disrupt your engage, then they snip. These carries can slip the nets. So come back onto the map. Shanji, not quite at 2 items yet. He's stopped off the Bramble Vest for the laning phase, which means he doesn't have the Spirit Visage. Not quite at the front line Exodia level of Rek'Sai right now. But you do almost have the 3 items in both as well. Important. This Dragon fight, they don't quite have the items they want. Does that inform them on how they want to approach this? Do they want to just back off and give this up? They're into River first. Top Esports, they're coming down in force. 369 ready to teleport on a moment's notice.
He's on the top tier 2 up there as well. We'll end up getting Shanji's focus here. but the Dragon already started up by NIP. Tien in position to try to get the steal here. It would be a soul point, like we said, for Top Esports. Wind does become lightning, but does it actually strike twice? It's going to be taken by NIP. Long distance engage goes on to multiple members. The Spiraling Despair actually hits. Nice backline
Cancels
access
it.
from Aki, but Jackie Love goes down anyways. Big turnaround now as Photic is looking to bring the heat. And you hear the flap of those wings. You start getting scared as the Dragon comes alive.
Shanji is a god amongst men in the top lane. He marks 369 for the entirety of that play and says, you are not getting to this bot side. Cancels the teleport, teleports in himself, and makes the difference in that fight. NIP, they weren't forced to fight for that, but they take it all the same, and they win. They have another delay on this game if they really want to. They can give over the next Dragon if they want. As we come back to this, the most important thing is the stop of the teleport happening towards the top side of the map. Great delaying by the front line of NIP to make sure the Dragon goes down. But the big thing is the Renekton is not there to threaten the backline. Rookie and Photic get to take a front-to-back fight behind their front line, and that is what we have painted as an awful picture for Top Esports the entire game.
And that was a flash stop by Shanji. He had the flash to stop 369, but a worth play and a really big moment for NIP to take a little bit of something to reprieve onto, because TES still have the advantage. They still have a strong competition as time goes on, but we have to think that this is literally just going to come down to an arms race between these two in late game.
And again, the gold lead, it becomes a bit decorative at a point because you've just got so many stacks on the table that they matter an awful lot more. 369 getting over to the other side now. You can see that NIP, they walk through the top side of the map to get some vision to make sure that the Baron couldn't get snuck away from them. Shanji behind enemy lines. He does have a couple of tunnels. And I think the geometry of the map will help him out with that one. Not get spotted around that corner. Top Esports, great wards on top side, but they haven't completely cleared out the Baron pit vision. You can see that a couple of resets really likely to come through. Photic just taking himself that red buff on the bottom side of the map. He can teleport back out onto the map in a moment's notice as well. And Rookie, once he gets that 3 items himself and goes towards the Liandry's, I really feel like Top Esports frontline will have been outscaled at that point. You see the Baron has now been started through that Scuttle Vision. These teleports need to come through, at least to just face check this Baron and make sure it doesn't go down.
Oh man, we're seeing Top Esports pull the trigger here with the TP, double TP from NIP actually, and they will try to get the engage off the back of it. 369 is leading the charge. He does get locked down. Look at the backline access. Shanji, he finds Jackie Love again. He finds Aki a kill here too. 369 going to be brought down with the Spiraling Despair. All he can do is put his head in his hands. And NIP, all 5 members, they step up to the pit.
So, Tien, no ultimate now. He doesn't have himself a flash to get over to the pit safely that way, or flash back out of the pit, but he can use the Wind Becomes Lightning and charge in audaciously. Shanji wants to stop him from doing that.
He's playing pretty aggressively, but the rest of NIP actually moving in over onto Mako. He's going to have to flash. He's getting burned. Here comes the Void Rush, and here comes the kill. Photic gets one. Shanji's out of there like swimwear.
Okay, so Top Esports, they get themselves at least a delay on the Baron, a stop of it. But NIP don't get to take that objective themselves, nor do they get to get themselves that clean fight. Top Esports, they need to be feeling a bit worried right now. We said about NIP coming back from an early deficit. Top Esports in their own right, you know, they fought their way back in the late game before, but they're just going front to back the entire game right now. So really problematic. You can't just look front to back and hope that things will work for the best. Whereas on the other side, Shanji, Aki, they actually do get into the backline. Jackie Love has not been able to stand and fight. I don't think it's his fault. I think it's just a hard composition when your front line is just running so kind of recklessly into the front line of them. And that's going to be a bigger problem now. You've got yourself so many items built up on Photic. He's not felt the need to go for a tank item fourth. He can go towards the Lord Dominates Regards. He's built up the Last Whisper already. Liandry's incoming from Rookie as well. He's probably got that on his next base. Top Esports, they need to find a way into the backline to seal out a 2-0.
It's been really fun to watch Shanji on the Rek'Sai, also with his laughs every time any plays go their way or not go their way. But I also want to belay the seriousness of this series. Top Esports with a win here in this 2-0, or just in a win in this series as a whole, they take second place. They leapfrog JDG for that extra bye. NIP, if they can win this and bring it to 3, take that last game, they would be 4th place. These are big differences in our playoffs, which is one of the most intense in the world.
Oh, hugely so. The Guardian Angel, as it's known, top 2 finish in the regular season, puts you directly into the double elimination portion of the LPL playoffs. Top Esports, they need to win this series. They could do it in this game, They would really like to not go to a third game and put things in question any longer, but this game's looking pretty difficult. Even in gold, yes. Even in terms of team fight, no, that's a little bit harder. Shanji marks out 369 again. He's trying to flank. He needs to. He's just being shut down on the angles.
Consistently shut down by the Shanji Rek'Sai. Again, the first time we've seen this pick in the LPL in top lane. Now the Dragon getting low, NiP in position. Tian trying to get an angle here. He does go in. He doesn't get it, though. Aki is the better of the smiters. Now the re-engage coming in. Mako's going to try to pull it back. Here comes 369. He finds that angle, and Cream gets some damage down. Look at that shielding from the Sterix. Cream is doing some work. He's going to flash. He forces the hand of NiP, and Shanji goes to his death.
Oh!
Here goes Tian. He's going to burn. He's going to burn, and Photic gets it.
The last kill there gives an NiP a single kill in that team fight. Credit to Cream and JackeyLove getting the shots onto the backline to make sure that Rookie and Photic can't have a clean team fight. They can't find the great flank angle again, but they do at least zone off Photic and Rookie from being able to really just run over the team fights as they have been doing so far in the mid and late game. NiP walk away with the Dragon all the same, though. It means that top is what's a note closer to a Hextech Soul, which is a big problem for them. Again, now it comes down to the next Dragon. And actually, it feels like Aki, with all these smites going his way, top esports need to be very careful around the next objectives. Tian, when he goes in for that smite, still effectively gives up his frontline position. He can't flank the backline. Big moment here, though, is just Cream landing this Mantra Q onto the backline. The slow, the damage onto Photic means that he can't flap forward with as much impunity on this Smolder. And it really kind of baits in Shanji as he feels like he has the backup. He absolutely doesn't. He's not that tanky just yet. He regens a lot. He does get burst out, though.
Such tight turnaround, such a contested game, 30 minutes in, and we're dead even between these two teams. We already set up the stakes, but what a way to bring back what was a very tough game number one from NiP, and honestly, least that we could expect from two of our top teams.
Can I just say, at least, though, NiP, there's been a lot of talk about this team, and, you know, is their record really as it stands? Have they walked away with a better record than they deserved? How good of a team are they? They're standing up to top esports here. I feel like these team fights have looked a lot better than a lot of their mid-split team fights, where they really were quite suspect in that area of the game. They're doing quite well here now. Top esports, you know, absolutely no slouches, despite the fact that they've maybe had some worries in their back half of the split as well. Top esports walked away with game one after a slip up and over push at the bot inhib turret in that late game after the Baron buff. Doesn't feel like they're going to get that as easily again. One thing to note, though, we do have the Ornn finally reaching the point where any levels beyond this point will give some extra Ornn items to the rest of the team. Getting stuff like the Obsidian Cleaver for Tian or 369 can give some extra stats. Of course, the Death Cap built up for Cream can go to the Death Crown as well. I think that's probably the first one you hit here, actually, given how important Cream has been at hitting the backline. I feel like it's either him. I don't actually know whether JackeyLove, whether the opportunity goes into an Ornn item. It might have to be Cream on the Death Crown.
I also want to highlight fourth items being completed there. There's that upgrade onto Cream, but fourth item for 369, who has slowly gotten very close to flame horizoning Shanji on the Rek'Sai. You also got fourth item for Photic. So he is online. Lord Doms is there, and you've got to watch the positioning. Literally, it all comes down to one pickoff.
Tian takes a lot of damage. Everyone takes a lot of damage. Teleport in. Could this be the fight? No, it's a disengage.
That's what they wanted.
I don't think they can find anything more than this.
I think that's what they wanted. They do pull away a little bit. Blinking health bar is about half health for multiple members. NiP are going to move mid lane.
They are. So, the Ninjas, normally known for working in the shadows, they're doing this in broad daylight, trying to sink a knife into this series. Get themselves onto the board. Tian's here.
Oh, they got a big angle here if he hits that one, but he does not turn wind into lightning. Top esports push NiP out of the mid lane after they take that tier 2, but the biggest question is regaining some of this positioning here because the Dragon coming up in about a minute and 15 seconds.
There's been a lot of swings and misses right now. Flank angles and hooks, oh my.
That's the stress, though. That's the pressure. One of these goes in.
Tian forced to blow that ultimate. So dangerous now. He won't have that up for potentially a Baron start from NiP. I think it will be up for potentially... Oh, he might just be dead.
Shanji wants it. They get him as Aki gets that kill here, too. They actually ping over to the Baron.
They do, because they can take that and then they can go potentially towards the Dragon afterwards. It's not like top esports can start the Dragon, because what happens if Aki goes down alone and just goes for the smite? You don't have a smite yourself, so top esports, they have to defend the Baron. Do they just let this go down and hope they can fight for the Dragon, delay that a little more against the Baron buff? That might be their best macro option remaining outside of a Miracle Steal from Cream getting a Mantra Q over the wall. They're teleporting. They might even look for the fight.
They actually do. 369, again, he's huge. He's 4 items. He's going to pop Dominus. Spiraling
Rookie.
Despair on Mako. Look at him. He found Rookie. He found him. That's a big tonic shadow from Jackie Love. They've already taken the king of the middle, as now they actually get Aki on the backline here. But 369 is handling business.
He gets him!
He's rolling 9s like it's nobody's business. Get this guy's dice checked, because Top Esports, calm, cool, and collected, will dominate NIP.
He does it again! How does he always do it? 369 rolling high here against NIP. The Ninjas, they had such a good start in this game. It felt like they'd done it. It felt like they'd scaled, but it is not enough.
The wings of the dragon were soaring oh so high, but Top Esports clipped them at their roots. They will smash NIP in 2-0 fashion. They will leapfrog JDG, and they will be our second place team in the spring split of LPL 2024.
Elation for Top Esports. Heartbreak for Ninjas in pajamas. They'll be not skipping through to that top 4 and sit pretty just below that. And wait to see if they can go further in playoffs just through their hard force of will and a couple more series. Means that I believe FPX will now finish in 4th place over them. It's been a very tight finish towards that. Top Esports, probably not the cleanest game they would have liked. They didn't end up getting a lot of those flanks for the grand majority of that game, but 369 only needed 1 flank. Top Esports, I think in terms of macro and in terms of some other ways that they've teamed for in the last part of this split, have had questions against them. But 369 as an individual player, I am not questioning this guy.
Aki really wanted to face up against Cream once again, his old teammate, and see how he's been doing after the jungle switch up, but Cream getting the better of him. I think having just alongside 369 one of his most powerful performances, and it was a lot on the karma. That flexibility really being shown through. And Top Esports, they handled business the way they needed to. Some of those old friendships obviously being in play, but this is a team who have risen up to the moment, and a 2nd place finish in the regular season is incredible.
And we've now finished our regular season. Congratulations, 100% done. We did it. We made it through it. It has been a hell of a regular split. I think that, a lot of teams have had to go through a lot of growth this split. I think coming in from Worlds and from last year, the level of play has been in question from a lot of our teams. They've needed to upgrade. They've needed to go through a lot of learning. Top Esports, I think they still have something to do. They started off as one of our stronger teams, and they had a great mid-split as well. Started to have a couple of steps here just before playoffs as well. We'll see them later in, though. They'll have some time to recover, recuperate, reassess. As it feels like playoffs, it's a slog, folks. We're going to have some hellish games coming up. A lot of these teams fighting bare knuckle.
And it feels really bad for NIP to lose 2 games with Smolder as well. I think we've seen that actually rising a lot here. A lot of Smolders getting their stacks but not able to pilot themselves to a win. And that shows just a little bit of that strength to Top Esports. And that is what I want to hone in on, is they seem to have strengths across the board. Not only did you highlight the Senna for Jackie Love earlier, but you're getting the Orns for Mako, being able to secure that late game scaling. But 369 just can't be stopped at this point, and his Renekton needs to be focused.
Yeah, I think, the Senna Ornn, I like it in terms of just having the initiation threat, but it just took until that last fight to actually combo that up with also 369 on a flank as well. That's some of the worries I have about Top Esports. They walk away with a 2-0. That's a great result for them, given that they had to fight their way back in. I'm glad that they have the ability and the perseverance to fight back when they are behind in games, even in late games against scaling champions. But the fact that they didn't quite realize some of the strength of their composition in terms of getting onto that Smolder or not being able to play through them, that is a worry for me as we do go into playoffs.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest worry of them all there. And I know that NIP will be kicking themselves a little bit for that one. This actually kind of meant a lot to them, not only to get that 4th place, but also some of those friendships being played towards between the squads. But I think in a whole, I'm very excited for at least our top 6. I think the bottom 3 are going to be interesting in their own right, and the way that they can shake up some of the meta that's coming into the playoffs themselves. But that is where a lot of these teams that we've been seeing tonight are going to come to a head. And LNG, NIP, Top Esports being some very, very tough competition.
Yeah, and now we have to really start looking towards like the bracket as well later on, because with this we're gonna have that all set in stone. It is going to be very telling in terms of who can make it through the upper and lower brackets. And so there's always one team that makes it a little further. NIP will look to be one of those teams. They won't be starting in the first round, but they'd love to go a little further, show that the names on paper are more than just names, and play towards the best of the best as well. This was a good series in a lot of ways. I do want to praise the fact that they had some good team fights in the late game. They just didn't quite clutch it out when it mattered the most. That really was mainly on 369.
369 was gigantic, but I think a couple of these big catch-outs, Kareem, my God, he wanted to flex on Rookie today. I felt it.
And he did, in a lot of ways, folks. He did. Kareem has forever been waiting to be one of the elite mid laners. He's done a lot of growth just to make sure that he can be counted finally amongst, I think at this point, finally amongst one of them. He is one of the best mid laners in the LPL. He's no longer just like a player that only plays towards melee champions, only towards the assassins. It really does feel like he's playing towards the mages as well, and he's playing them well. The Karma here has been so valuable in all of these late game teams.
It really has, and it enables the rest of the playstyle from Top Esports. Time and time again, he was able to weave those mantra cues in, but it was a holistic performance from Top Esports. There's not much more to say for that.
Absolutely. And, this series is one of the most fun series I've seen in a while between the top teams. It really did feel like both teams were just willing to fight, and they tried to bend the other team into their style of team fight. NIP did it for the majority of the series. It really took until the late game fights until Top Esports could finally get around that. They'll have to go once again, it's not the first time, go back to the drawing board about how they're approaching these team fights and how they're approaching the macro to set up these team fights, because they were caught lacking today.
And can you imagine, that was our 324th game of the regular season.
Are you kidding me?
Actually insane when you compare that to many other regions around the world. Got to give props to our players. We wouldn't be here without them, but what a final series to deliver on. I'm a little sad we didn't get to go to all 6 on the final day, but honestly, the way that this last game panned out and the back and forth nature of it, I'll take it all day.
Absolutely. We started off the split, you and I, Mazel, having
We
the
did.
9-game curse. We had ourselves, like 9 game days and 8 game days. I
Over
finally, towards the end of it, had a bit of chance to rest my voice. And I miss having some of those extra games just because more gameplay is just good. I'm sat here. Sometimes you enjoy the gourmet League of Legends. Sometimes you enjoy the fast food League of Legends. I enjoy a healthy mix of both. Today, I feel like, again, it was a healthy mix of both. We had ourselves some real bloodbaths in the first series today, which... yeah, 10 people dead at once. That was an experience. You don't see that often. But particularly in this second series, this doesn't solve all of Ninja's worries, but it does definitely put them a tier above the first round teams to me. I think that you can have more confidence in them, especially as you go into playoffs. A lot of teams do level up from regular season to playoffs.
So now let's see who is going to be the MVP for Top Esports. I have to expect it's that 9-man in the top lane. It is a 6-2-5 Renekton performance from him.
Monstrous laning phase, monstrous side laning, and absolutely monolithic team fighting. He has been the difference maker today. I think that Cream was also on that list. I think Cream's had some fantastic games with the solo laners from Top Esports standing up and being counted for. Even when the game hasn't looked great in the late game, you're outscaled by something like a Smolder, and the Smolder can really start giving you problems in the front to back. 369 problem solved his way through it in a way that very few players can. And again, it's just one of these games which proves 369 is just the best top laner in the LPL.
Can we, as a whole, find a solution to the blind pickable Renekton?
Yes, please.
Can we please? Just anybody that has ideas, start throwing them on the wall and hope that they stick. Because playoffs, it's going to matter. And if it just becomes that whoever gets Renekton wins each game, and then you just, whoever started the series with it, I don't know. I don't know, Nightmare. But it seems like something that I'm very excited for teams to kind of pick apart when we get into those best of fives.
Oh, hugely so, because I'm going to imagine now, once we get into best of fives, the difference between best in 3 and best in 5 as a format is that you have an extra shot in the chamber most of the time to throw out some random picks and just see if they work. One of the most famous ones of this was 2018 Worlds, Cloud9 versus Afrika, one of the biggest upset results in international history. I think it was Licorice back then as a top laner said, can I just try playing the Hecarim into the Aatrox? Says, okay, you get one game of it, and if it works, we can use that for the rest of the series. You get one game of it. When you get through into best of fives, I think LPL teams, they are very rarely shied away from going towards something new, at least once. I want to see which teams bring out what. We are going to see varied results with it, but I want to see what the development has been around the blind pickable champions. It always gets punished eventually.
We'll take a look at the results of the day. It was a 3-game banger where RA came out swinging in game number 1, but LNG ended up securing themselves a 6th place. As NIP and Top Esports did battle for a second series, a lot on the line. A 4th place finish versus a 2nd place finish for Top Esports. Top Esports take that one and will be our 2nd place team right behind BLG.
What is so fun about that is that means that Top Esports, it was going to happen anyway, but we were going to have Top Esports and JDG on the same side of the bracket anyway. The fact that Top Esports now look down at JDG and say, oh, the 3-peat champions, now you come up towards me, you have to step up to the plate, despite the fact that JDG beat them in a 3-game series. That is going to be a matchup which well, we'll see if they make it. Obviously, I have to go through LNG lower in the bracket as well. But I was saying, I'm not going to get ahead of myself, but the fact that Top Esports get there and get to just get above FPX and JDG, big moment for them.
And our top 7 look really triumphantly strong, I feel like, in certain ways, but those bottom 3 absolutely intense in the ways that they can shake up our bracket. Now let's look at the unfortunate odes to the teams that we will not be seeing in the postseason, as we saw RA for the final time today. We will take a look ahead at those playoffs, and here they are. The gauntlet has been set.
Oh gosh, even these, because the first round of playoffs is between the 7th and 10th place teams, which were so close in standings. I mean, LNG only secured 6th today on the last game of the split. These teams are all very, very close to each other. I think any of these first 2 round matches can go either way. I really do think the top 4 of the LPL look like they are a step above the rest of the teams in the LPL right now, though. We will need to see that typical step up from regular season to playoffs to see upsets come through. There's always one. Where's it going to come?
And teams don't have much time to rest here. At least these teams didn't have to play on the last day, but we will be turning it around on Sunday, the 31st. It's going to be our first series, OMG versus WE, and that's going to be a lot of fun. I know OMG have been at least rising in priority in some ways, but I feel like WE, especially Wayward, has turned it up.
They have, but Team WE as a whole have really slumped into the back end of this split. They really need to pick up the pieces. They ended up losing a series to Rare Atom as well, who have been even when they were slumping at their own point. OMG, I think if Xiaofeng is playing on form and if they give him too many Viego games, I can definitely see OMG walking away with that one. WE, see what's happening with their starting AD carry as well. This should be close. It should be exciting, as LPL playoffs always is.
Always is. It has been a wonderful 324 games played in the spring split regular season. Nightmare, it was a pleasure to get to finish off the regular season with you, but we will be back in just a few days for playoffs, and that's when it really heats up. We'll see you there, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.